courthouse the other day in the hallway. You're singing, "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Good morning, everyone. Ready for day 2 of Jennifer McCabe. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Michael Bryant is at the scene. Together, as you know, we're Justice Serve TV, and he is there in Dedham. We're having a few technical difficulties. Let me just tell you, when you're on the scene, we have this incredible Starlink, as you know. This happened last night, but the little cord that's specially made for Starlink, and it's very thin and very tiny, that you then plug into a power pack, whether it's your car or into a wall or whatever. The edge broke off, and we've, of course, ordered 2 more, but they won't be delivered until tonight, until Connecticut, until we're probably out of Dedham. So we did send out an all-points bulletin for everybody out there in Dedham, but apparently nobody has a mini Starlink hookup and the cords, and nothing around had the cord either. So it is morning. So Michael Bryant will be joining us. He is on his phone. He just had a little walkthrough with Tom CPU saying good morning to the state troopers. Okay, saying good morning to the state troopers and all. He's trying to make sure he's at the courthouse at the time that there's arrivals, so at least he can catch with his iPhone some of the arrival technology, if indeed the troopers don't throw him out. Recall that yesterday, and he posted a very 28-second video, and it's not very clear because, you know, he was holding his phone as they were talking to him about the interaction when he was there, and then ended up being led into the courthouse. He wasn't sure whether it was to be shackled or whatever, but in fact, the head of the courthouse tried to help him on maybe trying to get a formal pass, and we're very clear that we'd love one, but we think it's our right to be on the sidewalk and report, because we are press, we are media, and as is reported, the media in YouTube has been streaming millions of views yesterday. Millions of viewers watched on YouTube media. You didn't see that on CBS. You didn't see that on NBC. You didn't see that on ABC. You saw it by YouTubers. So the fact that for some reason we're not counted as a media or press is kind of ridiculous. But I hear Michael, I see Michael walking. He has a lot of sound coming through. That's I guess wind coming through his iPhone. And I don't know. Does he know we're on the air with him? I'm not sure. He's there. Well, we see him.
Yeah.
Yes, he knows we're on the air. We see him. You have a lot of air, a lot of wind that came through your iPhone. You were like hitting our eardrums, but we understand that that's to get you where you are. You're right there at the courthouse. You're right there in the buffer zone. I see that. It's past 8 o'clock, so they haven't kicked you out. That's the good news, Michael Bryant. So we're watching you.
Hearing me? You're not hearing me.
Yeah, you're okay. A little muffled. You're a little muffled with your
brutal.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And I was explaining to everyone what happened to that little teeny weeny piece that attaches into the Starlink. Quite frankly, it's ridiculous. It should be so small and not have anything. But we see behind you. We do expect, I guess, arrivals coming soon. There you are. You're there. You're there with all the other media and all the press, as well you should be. So maybe your lawsuit had some effect of recognizing that you can't kick people off the public sidewalk when they're media, even if you're not giving them a press pass to be inside that courtroom. So, right?
Yep. That's in a nutshell what the argument is. They of course have the right to control to the degree that public safety might be an issue. But I think we're all safe here. I think we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to hold that up like that, I guess, to get
yes,
you. To get
I'll be switching arms.
I assume when people are coming down, you'll switch off and turn your iPhone
coming
around.
from that way right there.
Right.
Down that way, walking up the sidewalk. And it could be any minute, it could be 10 minutes. There's been some variation.
Yeah.
We're hearing, obviously, Jen McCabe continuing on direct examination today. We're not sure what might happen beyond that. You know,
Yeah.
is she going to be here all day? Is she going to get into cross? We really don't know.
And there's no court tomorrow for some reason. We don't know the reason, but
Yeah.
that happens. A juror could have a commitment. A judge, or something came up that they can't have court for some reason. So there'll be no court tomorrow. We'll figure out what we're going to do. Maybe you and I will do a wrap up show at 4 to 5 for the week, or maybe we'll tape something, earlier and run it as a premiere at 6. But we'll let everybody know tomorrow. Just
So
so we
everybody, welcome to our production meeting.
That's our production meeting, right?
Trying to figure out what we're doing.
We think that it's important to have you in because it's important that you see all that's going on raw, and that's the beauty of having YouTube, is because everything is kind of raw, right?
This is as raw. This is as raw as it gets. Mind while we have a moment, if I complain just for a second. My allergies are kicking my ass. And first of all, it's a little breezy. That always stirs. And I'm camped under. See these trees? Every one of these trees is targeting me and my eyes. So I apologize. It's like I feel like do I look more authentic than Jennifer McCabe if my eyes water up and I tear up a little bit? Because I'm telling you, it's legit.
So what's the highlight? What was the highlights yesterday that you saw?
With your friend swinging a whipping. I mean, just to
wiffle ball.
To send him on his way. Probably the highlight of his career is just to get the hell out of this courthouse because he was trashed. Not only remember, he's an expert. So what's an expert? An expert has an opinion. What's that opinion, or what are those opinions based on? Well, I don't know. If I need a fudge sickle, I might go to this guy because he knows where the freezer is. I'm not sure I need him to put phones in the freezer, which he doesn't even know the temperature of, and then start calculating their temperature drop over time. And then, as Leslie pointed out, even that experiment's a joke because by your own records, the temperature was dropping 30, 40 degrees almost immediately. And yet, those weren't the conditions on the ground in Canton on January 29, 2022. So it's irrelevant. What's the point? So,
and there was a 5-hour period that John O'Keefe's phone had dropped 7 degrees, which means it sounds like it was inside, maybe in a basement in a colder area. It actually supported the defense.
This is a theory that I picked up on in the openings that has, at least at this point, totally backfired on the prosecution. This idea that we can track and confirm that Officer John O'Keefe never went into the house. How do we do that? Because we're showing you the battery temperature has dropped, right? And therefore, he never went into the home to warm up the battery. Well, that's just blown out of the water here because the numbers make absolutely no sense. And then you combine that with Whiffin's double admission that, within my own analysis, that 84-foot window that he has could put Officer John O'Keefe in the house. 72 feet to the porch from the flagpole. 84 feet, I'm not a math major, but that sounds like 12 feet more than you need to get into the house. And he admitted twice, he could have been in the house. I mean, I don't know where you go from there if you're trying to resurrect this guy.
And also, he didn't show that was in his report. He didn't show that to the jury in his timeline that he was doing on direct. So it looked like they were hiding it, and it came out on cross-examination. We posted it, the circle of life should sort of be the circle. Here's a big circle, So what were they trying to hide? And the other thing I thought was interesting. Let me just ask you this, because you were there. This whole thing that he's using his own software to try to take away and delete everything off Cellbrite that showed the 227 search. And everyone's making a big deal that Jen McCabe got on the stand at 227. How ironic is that yesterday?
That's good. I like that. I just think it's a problem when your own expert is giving the defense power. On its face, that's not a good thing. And so that's exactly what happened yesterday. The defense turned this prosecution witness into their own expert to reinforce that, John O'Keefe could have been in the house. And, the body was moving around. And again, I always say, hey, we're talking about the phone's motion. Maybe somebody else had the phone. Maybe it was not John O'Keefe that had the phone. That's always a factor in every one of these cases where we use the cell phone data as the gospel. In this case, it's less a concern unless that phone was taken by somebody else before it was placed under, fell under, ended up under Officer John O'Keefe's body, which it's still kind of, I don't understand how that works. I don't understand how you turn your phone off at the moment of impact with the vehicle if the prosecution is correct, and then it somehow ends up underneath your body. I don't know. It's another mystery to me.
Now, an interesting, Oasis Cat posted that Mr. Wiffleball, and we have, of course, called him Wiffleball, Mr. Wiffleball. We have done that hashtag just like we did Sofagate. It seems to be sticking, by the way. So Bright turned off comments on all their posts and Twitter accounts. Well, I guess, Bright, when you look like you're trying to phony evidence for the prosecution, maybe it's not a good look for your brand. Okay.
We were surprised. It sounded good on paper. Hey, we got a guy who's actually from Cellbrite. I mean, it's not somebody who's studied Cellbrite. It's not somebody who uses their software. This is the guy. And from his setup testimony, we learned not only does he work there, he's pretty high up in the mix. He's apparently added tools to the Cellbrite suite, as they call it, and of course was involved in deleting certain things from the suite, including, I don't know, that weird tab function. Remember, that tab issue is the winner for the prosecution. If they get this jury to believe that once you open a tab, their argument is Jen McCabe did that at 2:27, and it was for searching scores for some team that her daughter had been offered a place on. I've been through the club sports things with kids. I understand that can be very, parents get into that. I don't know if you get into that at 2:27 in the morning, but nonetheless, that tab's open at 2:27. Unless you believe the prosecution's expert that anything that's searched under that tab relates back to 2:27, meaning any search for How's Long to Die in the Cold was really at 6:30-ish. It's just another huge issue for the prosecution. You've got to buy that analysis.
Well, remember, the prosecution's case only is supposed to be the strongest case in the prosecution. When they rest, that's like the strongest they're going to get. And, people will say, oh, wow, and then the defense case goes on. Here, the prosecution case is already suffering. And I think also, I feel so bad for you. But I understand allergies.
Such a sad day.
And not only that, but it's the way, Micah, by the way, rejoined. Micah became a new YouTube member. Thank you, Micah. You're always such a big supporter. And drink that you have the Where in the World is Justice mug here, Justice Serve TV. We know that. So he's been one of the earliest supporters.
Hey, you know what I just ordered? I just ordered the full zip hoodie that has the Justice Serve, the more cryptic kind of graphic kind of. It's going to sound sexist, but the kind of more the guy kind of logo, and it's on the back. So I've just ordered that. I can't wait to get that and be sporting that around when it's 92 degrees. So,
yeah, well, I just ordered because I couldn't be outdone by you. I just had ordered a sweatshirt that's a zip-up hoodie with a little Justice Serve TV, the round logo, so I could wear it playing poker with my beanie, a pair of a woman's T-shirt in green, and a pair of green yoga pants. So, I mean, you get addicted to the site. Just go shopping, everybody. I mean, it's fabulous. There's things that you could actually wear. And also promote Justice Serve TV. By the way, why is everybody moving? Are they pushing everyone out?
Since I was talking about important things like hoodies, I didn't notice. Did they arrive? And how did I miss that? Did you miss that? Did you see it?
Okay, I couldn't understand what you just said there. Could you maybe get your phone a little closer to you?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they've been told that everybody's in. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, some of the people are moving out. Some of the media is moving out, and there's still some there. Did
you notice that I was approached by a statey? Did you see that?
I saw when I got on. You were talking with Tom CPU. Tell us what happened.
No, this was while I was just standing here moments ago.
Oh, just now? Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
He said, so you got to keep moving. And I turned around and said, I'm pressed. He went, oh, sorry. Okay, fine.
Okay, good. Yeah. Good. Yeah, that's yeah. Do you have your press passes on today?
I do. They're down there somewhere.
Yeah. There you go. There we go. All right. Terrific. Because we are media. and all. So here comes drama, by the way. Just gifted 5 memberships. Oh, hopefully
So
we're going to
nice.
get up. It's so nice. I've been asking people because we need to have like another. It was like 22 members, but now with the 7 or 8 memberships, maybe another 15, and we can get another emoji because I want to get a boom emoji when the prosecution makes a post, and I think an ice cube emoji or freezer chest for Mr. Wiffle Ball, Mr. Wiffle Ball. Now, without a lawyer asked, do you think Jessica Hyde will now be called to back Whiffen?
Certainly she was teed up, right? Do you know her? Oh, she's nobody better than her, right?
Yeah, yeah. But then also, Alessi's got this down. I mean, he's got this. He has this down in terms of, my style of cross, which I've always said. You can never know as much as the experts, so you got to cross them on what they've done. And here, to show that his report eliminated and didn't put in all the things when he talked to the jury that were helpful for the defense, I think is if I'm the jury, I'm turning away. Hey, you really trying to fool me? Come on, you really trying to fool me?
Hold on a second here. Let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can see across the street. There's a phalanx of supporters. Can you see them over there? Do I have them framed up? Can't quite tell. They're making the transition from the buffer zone down behind me to the buffer zone closer to the actual courthouse, which is 200 feet down by this church.
Wow. Okay.
Anyway, they're crossing. They're crossing the area as they're required to do. They are continuing to move, and that's on the other side of the street. That's where the registry of deeds is.
Yeah.
So we have. I'm just going to count some heads here. If I have a second here, we got 3 bicycle cops there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stadies down right there, right behind me.
Now, just so that everyone knows, a statey is a Massachusetts State Police officer.
That's a trooper.
When Michael says statey, the trooper.
Yeah. And then we have, of course, all the court officials. They're in the white white shirts, black pants.
Pretty quiet. You've been there since 8 o'clock this morning. I can't believe that the defense team has come in before 8 o'clock, unless there's something we don't know. Welcome, JZ, new member. Welcome.
You'll find this interesting, I think. So I was talking yesterday to a guy who's working for Law and Crime. As we know, they kind of get stringers here and there, right? Stringer meaning just a part-time fill-in, whatever. He's a shooter. And he was here, and they just kicked him out because he doesn't have it. There's no press pass for Law and Crime. So they kicked him back across the street because he was here just a few minutes ago, and they kicked him out of this area. So.
Okay, we also had a big day yesterday. The judge announced a decision in ACA, and they're going to be testifying to everything except they can't testify who hired them, which I think is bullshit. Okay, legal technical term. Okay, but came to me after we hung up last night. The reason she's allowing it in because she heard that the feds are monitoring this trial. I don't think she knew that before. And that's why she's letting them in. She can yell at the defense all she wants, but she knows now the feds are looking at her because their witness was intimidated and his family doxxed by things that he said happened in the courtroom, which means she allowed them to happen. That we're talking about Judge Canone. By the way, Touche, thank you again so much. I can't get past how unscientific Whiffen or Wiffleball was. A blog turned peer-reviewed article is not the same as peer-reviewed study. Absolutely. He did a blog and he said it's peer-reviewed. It was so unscientific. There was no methodology. The freezer test, nothing, ever for anything.
I think how he described it was, I had a blog, and he lost me at that point. And not that I discount a blog, but it needs to be kind of, in conjunction with something else that's a little more traditional. But he said, and one of them was peer reviewed. One of his blog articles was peer reviewed. I mean, that's kind of the back. You should have a ton of articles, and then maybe by that point, you have a couple of blogs. But when that's your starting point, I got a blog. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's a great one. I'm just going to post this because Carl Traumatic. I had to go back and rewatch it because, as you know, I was gone. I didn't hear it, so I had to go back and rewatch all the proceedings in the afternoon. Linda, do you feel like the judge read the law thinking Leslie would not know the law of Massachusetts? He quickly called her out, and she immediately agreed. Yeah, we saw Leslie now being the attack dog, right? Before it used to be a Jackson on everything. Now Leslie is attack dog, and she knows that he knows what he is doing. He's actually become pretty much of a rock star in this trial. No one ever heard of him before, and now everyone's going to want to have his autograph, especially if there's a not guilty or another hung. I know. But
Yeah.
Michael, how did Whiffen get along with promoting his own software? I mean, it's his own little software it's not Celebrate software. It's his own little software package that hasn't been validated that's doing all this.
You know, in one breath, it sounds, well, that's pretty good. The guy's creating his own software as a kind of a adjunct to the main Cellbrite software. And then when he starts talking about having to have deleted part of it or removed it from subsequent versions, is how he described it, then you just start wondering, you know, how good is this guy? Is he just experimenting, you know, within the Cellbrite family? Does he just experiment and put software on that he thinks might work, take it off when it doesn't work? It's just, you know, it starts so strong that, hey, this guy works with Celebrite, he's part of the family, and then you know, obviously he's the black sheep of the family.
Right. I mean, I assume that if those comments were turned off, people were commenting, and they have to look at him. Let me put it this way: he didn't do the Cellbrite brand any favors yesterday because they had been the cream of the crop, the gold standard. Axiom. I think a lot of people are going to start looking at Axiom now because it's, you know, really.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, they were the key difference was that Alexi pointed out they haven't gotten rid of their tab function, as it was called. They still have theirs. You know, why was yours so screwed up? I went as far as to say he should have gone straight back to the office and filled up a box from his desk. Get out of there.
And remember, it's not just that he got rid of the 227.4 search. He got rid of the fact that it showed that it was deleted too, that it was only deleted. And he explained it as it had to be, I love this, software confusion. I think it's software confusion, right? Yeah,
I've had some of that myself, but then I'm not a computer geek, so, you know.
Yeah.
And then what are those called? Some of those, anything that's been deleted and he can't quite track where it happens. It's some sort of event, as I recall.
A system event. He called it.
There you go.
It was well, there was 4,000 other things deleted, but there was only one search deleted. The system. It had to be a system event. He couldn't explain everything. So I don't know. I can't explain. I don't know because it's either software confusion or a system event. But I was to make sure that the prosecution can try to prove their case. Now they become an advocate, right? I you know, and he tried to deny. He actually didn't try to deny how important he knew this was. Although Hank Brennan cut them off, and the judge agreed not to have him allow the question. I think that's a perfectly appropriate question for Bryant for a bias.
Of course it is. Okay, so as much as I'd love to continue kicking about the wiffle ball, Jen McCabe back on the stand today. We're picking up with, speaking of 227, you know, we're getting to that part of her testimony, and I can't wait to see how that rolls out with my vague recollection of how it happened last time. Have you noticed any peculiar differences in what we've heard from her so far compared to last time? Anything that sticks out to you?
Yeah, tell me what the differences were. Tell me what
I haven't seen anything glaring except the 12:45. That to me is the key because she testified very clearly before that it was 12:45 when she looked out the window. I saw the black SUV, the car she later learned was Karen Reed's, right? We knew that was a problem because of this transit issue and the picking up of the home Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Officer John O'Keefe's home, at 12:36. Well, how's that? That's again, no math major, but that's a 9-minute difference. She had to go back in time to have gotten there and then still been at the residence at 34 Fairview. So that was huge. So how did they deal with that? I looked out the window about 3 times, and you were not particularly concerned about the time when that happened. that was how Brennan softened that, so she never had to say 12:45, which is what she said last time. That's huge.
That's going to be subject to cross-examination. Now,
Oh yeah.
but combining wiffle ball and her, I thought there was one interesting thing that people haven't picked up on, and I really would like to talk to Olivia Lambo about this. Wiffle ball talked about John O'Keefe's phone traveling a certain speed from the bar to the house, and never got over 20, 17 miles, 16 miles. It was very slow, obviously because of conditions. The indication would then therefore be when Jennifer McCabe, then after she left to go back to One Meadows, would also be traveling very slow. And that very slow may be important in terms of even pushing the time back that she had to leave. She had to leave Fairview, right? And all, because we know she hooks in at 12:36 to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. So, I mean, the more you push it back, the more you get into the fact that John O'Keefe was still moving, looking at his phone, reading reading messages, doing phone ID, hitting the phone to stop. So I think that that we're going to find that wiffle ball hurt more, and actually is going to impact Jennifer McCabe's testimony a lot.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we'll see what happens with the 227, and we're going to pick up with that here. And some people are saying, and I'm not sure the source of this information, that we may not get to cross today. I don't know if that's because they think the day is going to be shorter than expected, or they think direct is going to drag on. I can't imagine from where we are now that direct goes much more than a couple hours. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know either. But Hank Brennan likes to drag things on. And and she's going to think she's getting comfortable. But actually, when I was watching and rewatching it last night, I thought she started getting the same attitude, and the looky attitude that she had in the first trial. I mean, she's obviously softened up. She's got her hair done. It's parted on the other side. It's lightened.
You would notice that. I did not notice that. I did think that her hair looked foofier. Is that an official word? I think it looked more foofier. But I did not notice the part or anything else. No.
Well, it takes somebody who's into fashion, as we know, to kind of notice that, as you know. So anyhow, behind us, really pretty quiet. And we don't have. I don't think we have a. Oh, we have. The fan is up. The fan is up. So this is.
Okay. Well, I'm going to wander off then as we get ready to go in.
I guess they must have gone in early then today, Michael. They must have gone in before 8 o'clock.
Wait here, check this out. See the guy going up the stairs now with the stadium?
Yeah, maybe that's why they weren't giving him that much trouble.
That's the long crime shooter.
Yeah.
They might be giving him the same treatment that I got yesterday, except he has zero credentials. He has nothing. He's just carrying a camera. So he's going probably before Chief Rose. Chief Rose is the guy that runs the courthouse here. Very nice guy. He's the guy who's on it now for us, checking to find out why we don't have a credential.
Shay's reporting there's no Ring video when Karen gets back to John's house. Yes, but we know she hooked into the Wi-Fi. I mean, my Ring videos don't record a lot of stuff. They say, really? And then there's nothing there. Anyone who has a Ring video knows that, Yeah. So
I can count on one hand, as in zero, that I've ever actually gone back and looked at my Ring camera.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? I haven't had any events.
You don't have any events.
Nothing going on. It's too boring.
Yeah, we have. I have actually major security cameras, and then a couple actual Ring cameras for inside the house. One of my Ring cameras is for looking at Tubi when we're gone to make sure he's okay. Sure. And Tubi can get up and walk out and come back, and then it's not showing any type of event that it's giving you notification for. So Tubi's a pretty big guy, 50 pounds. You kind of can't miss Tubi the poodle. So Karen walked in behind you, Cop's order says. Karen walked in behind you.
That's when everybody broke. We were having a very important conversation about zip-up hoodies. So, at that point, I'm glad somebody saw it, because I was clearly distracted.
Yeah, I'm hoping that maybe you'll get to interview her father, Karen Reed's father. I'd love to have an interview with him.
He came in earlier. He's always here earlier, and he was here before easily. They don't open the doors till 8:30. So if they show up before that, unless they get some special dispensation, they end up walking around trying to wait till the court opens. So
Yeah.
they try not to get here much earlier than 8:30 on the dot.
Yeah, yeah. Now maybe the judge said maybe they had. What is that? I hear things. Yeah,
This is
I
a
hear
cop coming
things.
up.
Right.
It's a cop coming up the wrong side of the street.
Okay, let's see what this brings. Obviously, I mean, I'm seeing the fan, so the court thinks, and now we're.
This is my Uber. Oh.
Look at this. Look at this. What is this? Okay, it's just needed a.
It's Dedham's finest.
I know. Okay, so whatever that was. Yeah, so
Unrelated.
unrelated, and I'm glad you got to film in the buffer zone. I'm glad they didn't stop you. I'm glad they honored the fact that you are press. You're not seeking to go inside the courtroom at this point if you get a press pass, but it would be nice if you could go in the courthouse, which I think you still can after the buffer zone ends, and see that nice gentleman who helped us, who gave you the tour of the Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom and helped you yesterday.
Yeah, obviously I'll check in with him, and he's told me he'll reach out and let me know what he learned. So
yeah, so the courthouse can't be closed, so maybe they'll let you in for that to see him and say all you want to do is see him. The courthouse can't be closed.
And his office is just inside the door, so it's easy.
Yeah, and all, and they all know who you are now with the lawsuit. They all know who you are, and I think, and they're probably watching every time we're on the air. They're probably watching. That's why they called you Mr. Bryant, and they said, "We know you're a lawyer."
I sent a note to Mark Randazza, my attorney on that case, and I said somebody's been reading the pleadings. I think. So.
I guess that's the case. He's been pretty active talking about this case on X also, Mike Randazza, Mr. Randazza. Now, what is that going on?
This would be, I believe it's an ambulance, but let's see, a fire truck, paramedic, fire truck.
Wow. Here it comes. Okay. Fire truck. So maybe that's why the cop car went through with the thing.
Well, if that's true, the cop went the other direction, so that's a problem. Cop went straight, the fire truck turned. So
yeah. So
there's a lot happening here. Ain't just the Karen Reed case.
Any word on Proctor? Any scuttlebutt about Proctor at the courthouse?
Not a word. I've not even heard his name uttered. I mean, really, by official types.
Yeah, I know. My feeling is the state is not going to call him. They're going to make the defense call him and make him, and he's going to be very nice and apologetic and everything on the phone and never show any hostility, so that the defense can't cross-examine him. They can only ask him questions and all. That's my feeling. Unless they get in the text another way. Now we have another fire truck right here, fire engine. I know, it's just going through also. I hope everybody's okay. Whatever these are for, I hope wherever the fire is, I hope it's a false alarm. I hope everyone is all right. I never want to see anybody.
I'm actually turning the other way. You know why I'm turning the other way?
Why?
Because they have a pool of jury members. This is not for this case. That are crossing the street. And there goes the deputy fire chief. But they're crossing the street in front of me here, and I don't want to show them. So this is for a pool for some other case.
Well, I assume the jurors are already in there because the fan's rolling. Yeah, the fan is rolling.
And they all come in the back door, and that's
right. Usually,
but I don't want to out these folks.
In many cases, they meet. In many cases, they meet at a certain location, and there's a small bus to take them back to the courthouse. They didn't do that in Hernandez, by the way, because we had jurors walking behind us, and we were walking to our hotel. All of a sudden, we look back and there's jurors behind us, just walking to their homes. Like, whoa, because you tend to talk about your case as you're walking in the sidewalk, and okay, we better stop talking about our case. And then we just move over and go into like an alcove until they passed, But after they were released in the afternoon. Some of them didn't want to go to a bus and go back to a location because it was further away from their home.
Sure. Yeah, and that's far more normal. I remember covering Michel and got in the elevator, and the two jurors came on,
Michael, people want to know if you're going to Aiden's hearing today. I don't think you are. You're trying to stay at Dedham with Jennifer McCabe today.
Yeah. That is true.
We did the last time. but
Yeah, I
try
turned
to
away.
stay at Dedham.
I turned
Yeah.
away. I did. I made a point of turning away. You bet.
You have it in the selfie mode, right? Where it's facing.
Yeah. So I turned this way. So yeah.
We're good.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, they thought when I turned away that I was turning toward the jurors.
No, you turned away
So
exactly.
because it's in selfie mode, as the trooper just mentioned. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, boys. Anyway.
Yeah, and I thought the jury would be already in because the judge is on
Well,
the bench.
it ain't. It's not the jury.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I may be wrong, but I don't think it's the jury.
And here we go, Michael. Judge is on the
what
bench,
is it
so
you
we'll go
wanted to
behind
see me
our.
about, Mr. Brennan?
Check
I
you
was
later.
handed clips
Wait a second.
12A and 16.
Somebody wants to see her. Let's
I
listen.
think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to his case of what Ms. Reed said at her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of the party opponent in the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay is hearsay. If you want to get clips in and do so, I would hope the direction to that as long as they're within context and if they pass the relevancy test. But it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So, Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right, and I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, and then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why not? Yes. Yes.
You are.
Okay. Here we are again. I see the fan rolling again. Now, this is involved. I don't know about you, but I had a hard time hearing Alan. It was like he was standing up far away from the microphone. But apparently there's more clips they want to get in to suggest that Jennifer McCabe is going to say, or not to suggest, Jennifer McCabe is going to say, and it's going to support Jennifer McCabe saying that she thought maybe John was at somebody's house having a relationship, and they're going to get into clips that they think, or one clip that suggests that supports it, because she's going to talk about Karen Reed about being jealous or something of that sort. That's what I got. And Alan Jackson said, objected, so he said, play it with McCabe on the stand. Yeah, you want to play McCabe on the stand? Fine. But apparently those clips are being riled up. They're being put up. They're getting ready to be put up. And we're going to actually hear what the clips are that that of course, Judge Canoni is going to allow in, because obviously, our opinion is she's allowing everything in that is good for the prosecution. They never get castigated. There's never the analysis of whether it's more prejudicial or not. Even when the analysis is made, she goes back and she says allows it in. It's so. I mean, I started, as you know, this case being very supportive of her. She's a former defense attorney. She knows what she's doing. But I think some of these rulings and the attitude, and my view is what she created, the vibe against Karen Reed by going after Alan Jackson, suggesting that he lied to the court, was wrong. That if she had that concern, that should have been done in chambers with the record that could have then been sealed for the moment and then released afterwards as part of the public record, which is how you can do it, how things are done all the time. But what she did is she created this whole big Megillah, right, out there about how the defense lied. And it turns out they didn't lie, but she created it, and all for nothing, all wasting of time, all wasting of attitude towards Karen Reed, to let Arca testify. And why? I truly believe because once she heard the feds were talking to their witnesses, that made it appear that, yes, more prejudicial than probative. That's what I was referring to making it count. Well, let's go back into court and let's listen.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Okay.
I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Okay, I'm going to put myself behind an avatar so I'm not distracting. You'll see the Tubi avatar, but I'm listening and I'll come on as soon as there any type of break, so that I want you to see the court and not pay attention to me. Although when I have something to say, I will pop back on over my avatar.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Looks, is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
You see a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? For those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize it's in that photo.
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken, missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 years ago in Vietnam, the man passed out in the snow.
You can't hold on, because you can't get snow. You can't get snow, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to tell us about that line.
I just keep going, please. Like, if you guys are area in 6 feet, okay?
I'm trying to tell on because it can.
Okay. I know. Where's the market? I don't keep like the parents.
911, what's your emergency?
Someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911 is on the border, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, what else?
He's got it back here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend, his name is John McCabes.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Terry? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to into his body and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going, they just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Yes, you guys do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm right up front of the car. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. So, Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
He said he had been out, Joy has been out.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, like I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, absolutely, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face, all right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side, but then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Ms. Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happened?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. You know, John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead, is he dead, is he dead? You know, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers, I don't remember their names. There were EMTs, I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset, and one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling, and I think they were just trying to, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over, and then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance, And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, "Go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead?" And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, you know, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy, the snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis, so when I am out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, you know, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, you know, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
All right. So we have a very, shall we say, laid back Jennifer McCabe already. She, as many of you point out, she has clearly been prepped. I think there's some things that I remember that are obviously different than the first trial. What I'm objecting to is Hank Brennan is constantly, and he's a great trial attorney. He really is, despite the fact that you hate him. He knows that you can't ask the question giving the answer when you're doing direct. That's the difference between that and cross-examination, right? And he's constantly giving her the answer to the question, and then there has to be an objection, which the defense doesn't want to keep objecting and coming back. And so maybe that's what this sidebar was about. Let's go back into court and let us listen.
Matt? After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation, do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. like to start at 6:09:57. Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please? Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video, if we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole, do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please? Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please. At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it, and I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's, at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened, and then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please. Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it, yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lang said that I needed to, one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes,
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
yes,
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, there's, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope, maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody just, this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed. And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started, things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout, when I was still at Fairview, or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lank?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, it was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or
A
after?
quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after, approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Oh. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You
our
said you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. I mean, the car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ca-
Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
Okay. When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline, so Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it, and so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard, that's
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Ask a different thing.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can introduce this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving in and did it, I do have objection.
Okay, I'll see what's on that.
Well, here we go again. So how are you all feeling? I am looking at our feed here, and you know, she I have to give this credit. She's much more prepared than she was the first time. She is trying to control herself. I just think that as soon as Alan Jackson gets up, we're going to see that face and all. But you know, there's some differences in the story. Absolutely some differences. And you notice how they're trying to get ahead of of that no one in the Albert house woke up or anything, that she saw a light go on in the Albert house. Notice how they're trying to get ahead with just these little things that they have, thinking that they're going to hurt the defense case. So let's go back. Let's see what happens after this objection, and let's listen to her continue her testimony.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Well, if we thought we weren't going to get into cross-examination today, those who said that are absolutely wrong. We just had the tight story from yesterday and today, and here goes Alan Jackson. Let's see where he goes. I'm going to try not to interrupt.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath, and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters, I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you asked me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened to that moment.
Right.
And in those moments. So, you know, oh, when I got a phone call, and that's my story, you know, I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was, or is, of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And that you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help, and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes,
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact, I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the timeframes of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who
All
else
right.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin perhaps, Mr. Nelson perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings? I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was the most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I
Paper
watched.
transcript or do
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform.
Mm-hmm.
How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
I object.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way, did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member, did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in
Okay.
Canton, yes.
All right, obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michel, yes.
Michelle? And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name for
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedeee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. The Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, right?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Okay, back on. Am I too loud because I'm actually on my AirPods again? Everyone can hear me. I'm not. It doesn't sound like it's shouting. I have to get feedback from you all. But let me just say that it's very clear to me that Alan Jackson, even though you don't have to follow all the names, is very making it clear that the person that would never be protected would be Karen Reed, the outsider. And of course, she very seldom called her Karen, right? In everything. Thank you for telling me about my sound. She very seldom called her Karen. Very, very seldom called her Karen. But he's making that point. And then about the testimony, he's made the point that she and Kerry Roberts, although she doesn't want to admit it, have really kind of infected each other with their testimony, right? How many times have they met? How many times have they talked? She doesn't want to use the word influence, but at one point she did say, to a question about being influenced. She did answer yes because Alan Jackson slipped it in. Will the jury believe that she wasn't influenced when she denied it the one other time? There is no way the jury is going to believe that their testimony is not commingled like this, and which is real and which is Kerry Roberts' testimony and which is Karen Reed's testimony. They're simply not going to believe it, right? It's without doubt. And then there's something we don't know about, because there was a Zoom call that was ordered by the judge last night that clearly the parties can't get into. She mentioned it, not realizing apparently that whatever it is, it's something the parties had to do with her as a result of the judge's order. I honestly, to be honest with you, I have no idea what that was about. But whatever it was about, Alan Jackson had no problem abiding by it. We don't want to hear the contents of that. I'm talking about your meeting with Mr. Brennan besides that Zoom call. So, I don't know whether it was about whether you want a lawyer or not. I have no idea.
For the jury. Jurors, right this way. Please leave your notebooks on the chair.
Okay, we are clearly taking a break as a result of this sidebar. So let's see if the judge talks to the attorneys at this point and we learn more, or whether or not this is going to be their quote, 11 o'clock in the morning break. All right. So I'm seeing the fan, I'm still seeing the fan. Well, now the fan is gone. No fan. Okay. Fan. Oh no, but there is a fan. The fan is going in the courtroom. Just let me tell you, I'm keeping an eye on it. But there's going to be a break, and usually their morning break is about 30 minutes because the jurors have to get up, they have to stretch, they have to go downstairs, they have to usually get their coffee, they bring it back up and drink it, and the judge the same thing, and the court reporter, obviously the court reporter has to get a break. I mean, a lot of these things, people object to the breaks in the court reporting in the room, but the court reporter has to get a break along with the staff, but especially the court reporter. So you have to remember that. So let's start with Hank Brennan's direct earlier. He went through the 911 call, and then at the end, again, he's trying to deflate what he expects. He's trying the case against the defense instead of trying to prove his case in general. Why did you say a man in the snow? And she said, because I wanted them to get there and understand the significance of what was happening, that there was a person in the snow, but that she later, of course, told them his name and his how old he was, because she knew that. So Hank is trying to deflect that whole, you say you're best friends with John O'Keefe, you love him, you care about him, and yet you report 911, there's a man in the snow. Okay, so that was the purpose of that deflection. And then he talked about the searches again. And then the light, which we discussed, that she saw a light go on in the Albert's house, trying to indicate what? They were concerned, that they did see what was happening, that they did wake up, but they didn't come out. There's a body on your front lawn, and there's all sorts of engines and lights, and we can see them, and you don't come out to check. I mean, we all have rubbernecking when we're going down the highway. We want to see what's happening when you see fire engines and police cars and possible accident and all. I can't imagine to be a body on your front lawn and not wanting to come out. Then before we started Cross, Hank Brennan then comes back to the timeline and asked why the timeline was prepared, and she said, well, we did it because of Mrs. O'Keefe. And why did you do it? Just because it was Mrs. O'Keefe, to try to indicate that that's why they did the timeline, trying to soften that. So then Hank Brennan finished his direct. It was actually a very quick direct when you think about yesterday and today. One thing it was very tight. And of course, the demeanor. Now, Alan Jackson, we'll talk about that, but he really started about the cross. When did you last talk to Carrie Roberts? Now, remember, the jury, hasn't really heard the guts of the case yet. They've heard about Carrie Roberts because she's testified. But when did you talk to Carrie Roberts? And it said, well, we talked last night. But did you talk about your testimony? No one's going to believe that. No one's going to believe that. And then he went on to other discussions. Well, in the year from this trial, are you telling this jury that you've never talked about your testimony? And she, for some reason, by saying no, thinks that's helpful. She says, well, we talked about the facts of the case. We talked about what happened. We talked about our common experiences. We talked about what remembered. We talked about, each of our viewpoints and all. But all that was in the testimony. And quite frankly, are you telling me, lady, all right, I'm sitting on the jury, that in a year with this high profile case, when you're both under attack and cross-examination, you never spoke about your testimony? Give me a break. That's unbelievable. As far as I'm concerned, she should have said, yes, we talked about our testimony. We talked about how horrible it was. We talked about what an asshole you were, Alan Jackson. I mean, something like that. That the jury would believe. They'd probably even laugh about that, right? Because what did you think? That they never talked about how they were cross-examined? They never talked about how that Alan Jackson got the better of them? No way. So I would have believed her if she had said something like that. If she said, yeah, we talked about it. We hated you. We think you're disgusting. How could you defend it? Oh, there was a lot of opportunities, but she's been now schooled, in my opinion, to be very level, very low key, not very attack dog, but not to say we talked about our testimony. They talked, what did they discuss? They talked about the story, and she said, well, it's not a story, it's the truth. Phone calls they had, a lot of phone calls they had. So then Alan Jackson, after he finally got her to admit all this, and this is where he's very good at, he keeps drawing this out. He takes on a word they said and he draws it out, and then he gets to the fact, because she first denied ever talking at all. Remember, she started by saying they never talked about their testimony at all. It turns out they talked about everything, but she's not couching it in terms of the testimony they gave. Well, come on, give me a break. What the hell? Do you believe that? Does anybody believe that? All right. No one, I think, believes that. And if you believe that, that's because you want to believe that that Karen Reed is guilty. That means you're on that side. Instead of being on the side of the prosecution has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And we've always said that. You know, we're identified with the Free Karen Reed movement, but we're identified with that because we don't believe the prosecution proved their case in the first matter. And we believe that that's the system of justice. They must prove their case. And you can't convict somebody who may be innocent because you think that you don't like her. You think she may be guilty, or she's becoming a scapegoat for what really happened, for people who are very close knit in the community. And boy, did that just come out with Alan Jackson. Okay, so how many times, he asked her, have you discussed your perceptions? So he decided not to fight with her about testimony. He talked about their perceptions influence them. And she said, it's impossible to say how many times, okay? But they weren't influenced by one another. Sure, right. So you can't tell us how many times you discuss. I suggest it be every single time you talk about it. Every single time you're picking up the phone, you're talking about this case, right? Just like we all talk about this case. We're talking about this case. All right. You're going to tell me they're not talking about this case? That when Proctor got fired, they weren't calling each other up and talking about this case? They weren't discussing it? No possible way. Absolutely no possible way. And then he went into how many times you met with the DA. 4 or 5 times. I didn't keep notes. What an interesting comment to make. As if she did keep notes on a lot of other things that we haven't seen. And she says, there were variations of people, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally, Trooper, Tully, Coughlin, Buchanan. We all know about Mr. Buchanan. You know, he's the one who was going to testify before the jury and did testify. And I initially, when I first saw him, I thought, well, what a great testifier. Yeah, a great testifier because he was a liar and he wasn't about to tell the jury that the light, that the video was inverted, right? And so when everyone testified that Trooper Proctor never went to the right light, the right side, it was because the video was inverted and they knew he had, and they were all lying about it, in my opinion. Okay, come at me, Trooper Buchanan. I'll join the show. We'll be happy to discuss your testimony. Okay, we'll be absolutely happy to discuss your testimony. So, then he talked about that, and he tried to get her into like, when were they? Well, I don't know. Sometime this year. Well, come on. Everybody has on their iPhone something called a calendar. And if you're having a meeting with somebody, right, you're putting it on your calendar. You're not just, I don't care whether you're a soccer mom or not. You're pretty savvy. You're putting things on your calendar. You got your kids' stuff on your calendar. You got where you have to be. And you're not telling me that you can't reinvent, or you don't know when you exactly met with the DA's office for your testimony in the most highly publicized case that's going on in the United States for the past year. And as you know, by the way, we're just a small part of this yet. But in terms of streaming, we thank you for joining us. All the people that are covering this case are streaming this trial. And because everybody is interested in this trial. Now, I have met a few that aren't, because they kind of like know the setup, and they, oh, well, you know, she hit him with the car, she was drunk. Well, that's the simple setup. That's not what's happening in this courtroom. Okay, you have to watch all the coverage. And then Alan Jackson wanted to know if there was a specific area that there was discussed. Well, she says, well, he showed me the dash cam video, the one they just saw. He showed me the video from the waterfall. That's the one that you saw. And Alan Jackson said, well, did anyone ever discuss with you your demeanor? Were you told, for instance, to do anything with your demeanor? And she said, well, she was told to slow down and answer the questions. Well, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else who's in the chat who are not ladies and gentlemen, and sometimes all of us are not ladies or gentle people, right? If you're told to slow down and answer the question, you're talking about your demeanor, right? You're talking about listen to the question and answer the question, right? Listen to it and answer the question, all right? And then he wanted to talk about family because he said he made a point, and this was a great way to be able to get into it. She got on the stand and talked about her kids, and she's just a soccer mom and all this kind of stuff, right? Missy, by the way, says that we're supposed to be back at 11. Well, we have enough to keep us going for certainly that. And so because she talked about her family, quite frankly, she has opened that door to how Alan Jackson is able to drive a battering ram through it and do the whole family setup. Because the discussion of the family that she mentioned at the beginning, I have my kids and I have my daughters and we do this and we're part of the community, blah, 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 right? Let Alan Jackson answer. And he had names and he had relationships, but it really wasn't that the jury had to take all that down. They just had to get, as I keep calling it, the vibe, right? That there is so many people that are related to this case that could have an interest in this case that are part of her friends or her family, including her sister Julie, whose house John O'Keefe was found in the front lawn on. Okay, talk about an interest in the case, and that when we got to the brother-in-law, Brian, right? Brian, the brother-in-law, he said, "Well, you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through your family," and she says, "Well, I don't know if I have a connection or something like that." There was an objection actually by Hank Brennan, so Alan went back at it, and he said, "Well, my brother-in-law, is a police officer," and Alan has to say, "Well, which department is he connected to?" And then she says Canton, right? She says Canton. Exactly. So he went through the listing of all the names, and he didn't even have to, you don't have to know him. You just have to know, hey, wait a second. She's connected to everybody in this case. She's connected to everybody in the town. As she said, she has lived here her whole life. She has lived here the whole life in Canton. She was born there. She was raised there. And as we know, even the McCabes family, Julie McCabes, who's her sister-in-law, was living in the family house of Brian Albert, right? So what are we talking about? Except that Karen Reed is clearly the outsider. And interesting, yes, it has Joanne Jetta Platypus has. And I just see it scrolling past me right now. This case has an incestuous vibe. Everybody is related and has an interest with each other, except the defendant, except Karen Reed, I would say, because she was Karen until obviously somebody has told them to call her the defendant. Because the only person who really, in my opinion, was really honest, or two people that were really honest that testified. That was the friend of John O'Keefe, who actually had nice things to say about Karen and nice things to say about what was really happening in the relationship, and clearly emotional about the loss of his friend. He wasn't trying to hedge his testimony to help anyone. He was giving the truth. And the fire department EMT who testified, whose name escapes me right now, he called her Karen. He said, yes, because we were taking care of Karen. We didn't expect to be witnesses in a trial. And he called her Karen. He never said the defendant. So I guess he didn't get the memo that you call her the defendant all the time. You know why? Because they knew where's Karen. So they say Karen did this, Karen did that. And everything they do, they make it sound, the witnesses make it sound like it's evil. Well, Karen pulled up his shirt and was on top of him. Well, she was on top of him to try to keep him warm. She was on top of him because she was giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And that's you can't undo that. No matter how many times she wants to suggest differently, you can't undo that. So let's see, jurors depart. Let's see, MAR Mars reporting, jurors depart. Judge steps off the bench. Brennan calls Jackson McCabe into the back room. 88 McLaughlin and Lowley are also there. The door is closed, okay? McCabe leaves with McLaughlin. I wonder what this is about. Let's read that again. And this is being reported apparently by a reporter in the courtroom. All right. That the jurors depart. All right. The judge steps off the bench. By the way, we still see the fan going. Brennan calls Jackson and McCabe. Brennan calls Jackson and McCabe into a back room. ADAs McLaughlin and Lowley are also there. So all the ADAs are there. The door is closed. And then McCabe leaves McLaughlin. Could it be that she has testified to something different than the prosecutors know? Could that possibly be? So we know between the Zoom call last night that the judge is ordered to be had, and today, now with this report in the courtroom, something is going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. Okay, something that's going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, and that's why the judge wanted to take a break right there. So it is, I don't know what it is. You all can snoop around, since I'm talking with you, snoop around on X Twitter, where you normally find some kind of hints of what is going on. But there is something that's going on with this witness. There's absolutely something going on with this witness that we don't know. So let's repeat that again, because I think this may be important. Mar, thank you for posting this. Jurors depart. Judge steps off the bench. Brennan calls Jackson and McCabe into a back room. ADAs McLaughlin and Lowley are also there. The door is closed. Okay, there's only one reason for the door is closed: privacy. And I don't know how long it takes, but then Jennifer McCabe leaves with ADA McLaughlin. And again, I had no idea about the Zoom call. So who is which reporter is reporting that? Do we know which reporter in the courtroom is reporting that? Which reporter is from a randomizer got into the courtroom and is reporting that? Yes, the old randomizer, which allows people to come in the courtroom. By the way, the reason why, even though Aiden is not in the courtroom, he does have a hearing at 2:00. Now, we weren't going to go to it, but it turns out it is in the big courtroom in Dedham. So Michael Bryant will do the lunch hour show with us, and then he will go to that court proceeding. And then at 6:00 tonight, if we don't get time to report on it right after the court proceeding, because the retrial is still going on, we will report on that tonight. So he will be going to Aiden's hearing today in that courtroom. So we'll see what this is about again. If it wasn't for we took a lot of heat when we interviewed Aiden Carney, Dr. Turtleboy, here on the show, and we would take the heat again. We'll have him on at any time, because he did break this case, and he did break the issues with this case. And without him, no matter whether you like him or not, no matter whether you like some of the language he uses or not, in our show, he was respectful, he was mainstream, and in fact, the Atlantic Monthly article about him was pretty flattering in a way, all right, about how he has reported. And the reason why he started reporting on this case is that a cop called him, a police officer that is highly respected, called him and said, you have to look into this case. There's something really funny going on. Now, Paula B said, could it be related to Aiden's hearing today? I don't know. Why would you bring McCabe in? Why would you bring all these other people in unless she has to somehow testify in that hearing today? So I don't know. I mean, it just seems that why would you then schedule Aiden's hearing? Why would you schedule that? Okay. Lisa says perhaps the feds are moving in to arrest her. I don't think so. I don't think so. But something clearly has been going on. All right. And the defense knows about it, and they're not speaking. And Karen Reed obviously knows about it. It's her case, and they're not speaking. So whether it's helpful or whether it's hurtful, whatever it is, they're under some kind of order not to reveal it. And that's why we couldn't hear why Jennifer McCabe was on a Zoom call with Hank Brennan last night and his team at the direction of the court. That's what gets me. The Zoom call was at the direction of the trial court. Of course, if you're a conspiracy theorist, okay. And by the way, I actually own the rights to the conspiracynetwork.com, the conspiracychannel.com, or whatever I have the rights to. I think it's the conspiracynetwork.com for a URL. One day I'll do something with it, because if this case turns out to be what the defense says it is, it's a made-for-TV movie. It's like the devil has taken control of a whole section of the town, and this horrible thing was done. So what was now? Let's get your opinion. Most people don't believe Jennifer McCabe, right? They don't think that they believe her at all. But did in fact she do anything for the prosecution? I mean, there are some jurors that I think may buy her. They may buy her. They may think that, well, she's doing her best because she was low key. She's had that makeover to make her look softer. The hair has been lightened. The hair is now parted on the other side, so the jurors are actually seeing her eye instead of her hair. The last time they saw basically her hair. So she's had a side part. You can't tell me she's had somebody not consult with her about how to act and how to dress and all. She's much softer in appearance. She's much softer in her voice. She's much softer, and we're not getting that look. That the dog is going to bite your arm up and down look. No, she's not a suspect in that. Okay, that was just kind of like came out. Okay. As a little bit of a singe, because I just don't think anyone's going to buy. Once she says, I never spoke about the case to anybody, I never spoke about that case to anyone, right? In the whole year, including Kerry Roberts, who I've become best friends with, and I've bonded because we bonded over trauma and tragedy and grief and everything else that she wanted to say. No one is going to believe it. They just are not. Do you believe it? Okay. Mar says, by the way, did Jackson address that during cross? It came in late today's court. Well, he didn't. He started to, but no, he went away from it because he said, actually, I don't want you to talk about the Zoom hearing. So he's been, as I said, there's something we don't know about that is going on. And that's why she is pulled into a back room with both the prosecutor and the defense. Okay. She's pulled into a back room. But that I can't tell you is so unusual. It's completely so unusual that I've never heard of it happening before, especially in the middle of the trial, especially a Zoom that you can't talk about. So as I said, something is going on. And come on, everybody, get out there and let's find out what it is. Poor Michael Bryant, as you know, he is busy running around seeing what's happening. He may not even know about this. So, Missy, do you think we could text Michael Bryant and tell him? He tends not to look at our WhatsApp while he's on the road, but I think it's important for him to know. And he has got a great nose for finding news that we don't. As a matter of fact, you have to give him credit, right? He's got his other press passes on to show he's legitimate media. He's in the buffer zone. He's there doing reporting. One officer said he's on, move on, but he turns around and he's, when they say, look, you can't film this, he's doing it, but he is there. All right. He's on the WhatsApp. Okay. I just can't let him know what's going on with that, with Mars' comment, which I should post if I can go back and find it. Okay, here, I'm going to show it here. Okay, let's see if I can, I don't know if I can copy it from here. Now I lost it. But I'm going to try, if you don't bear with me, Mar, I'm going to try to screenshot your comment here and then put this in here with regard to that. By the way, let's see. Yeah, we're just trying to get our ducks together with regard to that. And I'm going to tell them also there was a Zoom call. You'll get, this is behind the scenes. You're seeing this rough with with McCabe, ordered by the judge with Brennan, that we can't discuss. Defense staying away from it. Way also. So what is happening? Put your news nose on it. Okay. So that's what I just, exactly what I just texted to Michael Bryant as he's there trying to also get set up for the Aiden hearing and all. So thank you, Mar. Again, let's see if we can find out anything else that's going on with regard to this. Now, let's see some of your comments here. The court clerk has told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to lawyers and immediate family only. The door closes. So that's what led up to this? Or is this happening afterwards? Is that what led up to this, or is this happening afterwards, Mar? Do we know? Because you're our eyes and ears right now on Twitter, since I can't get on to take a look at what the reporters in the courtroom are reporting. All right, so the court has told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and the immediate family only. The court door closes. This is unbelievably. I don't know. Right? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think as we're talking here. Court clerk has told reporters to leave, so they want a closed courtroom. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. Immediate family. That would be the immediate family of, I guess, both sides, the parties. And I guess obviously Karen reads. The court wants to talk to the lawyers and the immediate family only. I have no idea what this is about, but it sounds pretty serious with regard to something, doesn't it? It sounds really serious with regard to the Zoom call and pretty serious. Mar, which reporters reported that before they were told to leave? Since now we do see that there is a fan, but this is pretty serious, right? I mean, I'm trying to think along with you. Let's see. Mara says, Paul, Aaron, and Peggy O'Keefe step off the elevator and into the courtroom. The door closes again. Gosh, I mean, this almost, this can't be a dismissal because of some kind of perjury allegation, can it? This is really, because you wouldn't do this, let's say, if the next witness is going to be the medical examiner. This is not what you would do. You would have the advocate for the what they call the victims, even if there's no doubt when somebody dies in a family, the rest of the family is always a victim, right? Because the person who's dead is out of their pain, out of knowledge of what's happening, but the family is always the one left behind, right? Family is always the one left behind. Yeah, Mar says you posted which reporter, but I don't see it, Mar. I'm going down to your things, and I don't see which reporter has been dealing with it. That's why we're looking. We're trying to see which reporter has been posting that, or has it been all of them? Now, if I go to my X account right now, let's see. There's a lot of generic stuff that is listed on there, but I don't see anything about this. Let me just search again. As you know, according to Elon Musk, you don't need to put in a hashtag, but I always find that the hashtag still gets you. Oh my goodness gracious! My phone. You won't believe this. My phone has decided to do its update, and so now I'm scrolling through everything to try to get to my apps here, as my phone decided to do as we were talking. it's updated. Of course, you can't make that up. So let me go into my phone. Let me see if I can search Karen Reed without the hashtag first. Let me see what's going on. But boy, is there something happening? And now we're at 11:12, right? We took an early lunch. We're at 11:12. Now, if you don't put a hashtag in, you get junk. You get junk about the case. Yeah, you don't get a hashtag in, you get junk about the case. Oh, it just pisses me off when I go and I see some of these comments from the people who don't want to wait to see whether the state can prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Didn't Karen Reed refer to their dead boyfriend as the body? I think actually the body in the snow, there's a man in the snow was from obviously Jen McCabe, okay? And Jen McCabe says he looks like he's dead. That's what happened. So if she's talking, yelling at Karen Reed, get off him, he looks like he's dead, get off him. When she's trying, it's so disgusting, right? It's so absolutely disgusting. And I'm looking at this. So if you put in just plain Karen Reed, all you get, quite frankly, are the people that don't want to let the system work. They just want to spew hate, and they don't want to let the system work. Even though we think that Jen McCabe's testimony is not very reliable or very believable because of a lot of different things, and we haven't even seen the cross yet, we don't try to, you and I know that I can get into a rant better than anyone, but I try not to get into a rant by attacking people personally, by calling them shitty names and all. So, anyhow, so we'll see. So until we have that confirming, I'm gonna like go past this right now because we don't have any confirmation on any of that occurring right now. And quite frankly, I'd like to see Michael Bryant do confirmation on what. So I just throw that out there, just in case. You can all research it, and then we'll go and see when we come back. If we come back, which it sounds like we are going to come back, what is going to be picked up right now. X is reporting nothing. Even on Karen Reed, X is reporting nothing on the latest. Let me look down. So David Bieniek, now is reporting. David Bieniek is reporting that they're still in recess, and what you repeated to us more. So I see that David Bieniek is the reporter. Bienick. But then I'm looking right here. I'm looking all the way down. And again, I see all this. The hate is unbelievable. The hate is unbelievable. Okay. So the 911 call, I guess he's gone. I think he's passed away. Okay. That's supposedly what Karen Reed, not Karen Reed, but, Jen McCabe is trying to soften how she talked about there's a body. There's a man on the front lawn. Well, you knew who the man was. Oh my gosh. Let me tell you, if you go on Twitter, it can be crazy because all these people don't understand, are like, well, there's nothing wrong with meeting with the DA. Sure, there's nothing wrong with meeting with the DA, but you are as in a trial, you are, let me just tell you, you are required on behalf of your client, or you're going to commit malpractice, to ask exactly what happened. So let's see. I do hear Michael Bryant getting on. Before he gets on, I want to look at WCVB and the updates. Okay, the latest note is a court officer telling everyone to leave. This is from this is the reporter's notes from WCVB, Boston's news leader, that is confirming what Mara is repeating here. that they're still in recess. 4:30, 11, 12, 44. Court officer is telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor except attorneys waiting to enter in adjacent courtroom. Reads parents exit the courtroom. So that is, thank you, Mar. He's giving David Bienick from this is giving the details. Michael Bryant, I see you're there. Are you up on this? What's happening right now?
Yeah, let me tell you what I've seen from here in front of the courthouse. And I went up into the vestibule area, and as I got up there, I saw coming off the elevator, Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you.
Oops, hold on a second. I apologize. I apologize. My phone went on a mind of its own. Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So first it was Mr. Reed off the elevator by himself, went down the hallway, then followed soon after by the O'Keefe contingent, Paul and the mom, Peggy. They also went down the hall. It's kind of hard to describe it. It's a relatively small hallway. And the elevator is very close to where the security checkpoint is, because this whole building, everything is just small. And so they took a left off the elevator, went down the hallway about 15, 20 feet into another room. So for whatever reason, they're sequestering these folks, and I use that term colloquially. They're separating these folks out and having some sort of conversation. It reminds me of a mediation, where you've got the parties separated in rooms,
Right.
and people are flitting back and forth between them. I have no idea what is exactly happening here, but it's very strange to be mid direct testimony, mid cross examination of a witness, and for this to happen.
Okay, so let me read to you again, because while you were doing that kind of confirms what is being reported by, and we have the link on WCVB and David Bienick reporting it. Okay, 4:30:25 at 10:44:28 during sidebar, McCabe looks over at where O'Keefe family is seated. Some of the women resemble McCabe. They might be her family. The judge calls for morning recess. Jurors depart. Judge steps off the bench. Brennan calls Jackson and McCabe into a back room. ADAs McLaughlin and Lally is also there. The doors close. McCabe leaves with McLaughlin. And this is one of our viewers, Mar, has brought this to our attention, okay? And then at 11:04:35, so that would be, about 20 minutes later, still in resource, court clerk has told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. Then 2 minutes later at 11:06:20, Paul, Aaron, Peggy O'Keefe step off the elevator, which is probably what you saw, and into the courtroom. The door closes again. And then about 6 minutes later, at 11:12:44, court officers telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor except attorneys waiting to enter an adjacent courtroom. Reed's parents exit the courtroom. Okay.
And then I saw as they picked up on the elevator coming down. So they went up, cleared the courtroom, and then everybody came down, and I saw them as they exited on the first floor.
So this is, this started, Michael, with when Alan Jackson started asking McCabe, who did you meet with, right? And she said, and then she started going through, and she said, and he said, when was the last one? He said, well, I had a Zoom call last night. The judge said, and Alan Jackson, I don't want to hear anything about the Zoom call. I had the Zoom call with Brennan. So something was going on on that Zoom call, obviously, and he said it was ordered by the court. The court had ordered the Zoom call to occur of McCabe by Mr. Brennan, by Prosecutor Brennan. So that's the first thing that sounds, I don't know.
Odd. Yeah. How many trials have you had where in the middle of the trial you have a Zoom call with all the players?
Right, and the judge had ordered, with just the prosecutor and McCabe, but something that the judge has ordered and told the defense about, and then the defense knows they can't get into it, so he has to know. Alan Jackson has to know what it is, because he said, no, I don't want to hear about that Zoom call. So that's what we have there, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, in the really the beginning of this cross-examination, because we haven't gone very far, we now have this whole thing where the morning recess is now pretty long, obviously.
This is no longer a morning recess. This is something entirely different and far more serious. I would rather disconnect from you and do a little wandering around, snooping around, see if I can learn anything more.
Okay,
And
I think
then
that's a
I'll,
good
then
idea. And if
I'll
you get
report
on
back.
something, just get back on it. Yeah, I think
All right.
that's why I sent it to you and told you get your news nose out there because you're the best.
Okay. I'll
You're
be
the best.
back. Thanks.
Okay, bye. All right, so he's going to be back. Whatever this is, this has to be big. I mean, this really has to be big. I mean, the judge is, and the judge seems to be the precipitator of this because the judge is the one who ordered Brennan to have a Zoom call that we accidentally learned about because she volunteered it when Alan Jackson said, when was the last time? I don't think he thought that she was going to say the Zoom call. He said, well, the last time was last night, and then it was about the judge had ordered a Zoom call to occur. But obviously, it was one party, it was one side, right, in order to occur, all right? And so that was the first thing. And Alan Jackson stayed away with it. And then he kind of went back to the whole close-knit family and was doing so many names, but you didn't have to know the names. You just had to get the vibe that, you know, everybody's related to everybody and they're all connected. And the only one who's not connected in this case to the Albert family, to McCabe, and to the Canton Police Department, and to some of the state troopers, even you're going to later learn, is Karen Reed. I mean, she is the outsider of this group. All right. So it's when that Karen, she said she ended at the end, as this is reported, she does not consider Karen Reed to be family. Okay. And that, she's close to Julie Albert. All right, fine. One would be close to your sister, I think. Anyhow, and then, you have the issue with regard to, there was also, by the way, the judge asking for a sidebar when Jackson, and I'm using this WCTV report, asked Proctor's sister Courtney is connected to Julie. The judge interrupts and asks for a sidebar. Now, why would the judge interrupt there and ask for a sidebar to ask if they're connected to Julie? All right. I don't understand why that sidebar occurred then, but we're so used to Judge Beverly Canoni interrupting the defense that we didn't think anything of it. But it may have something to do with what's been going on that we don't know about. Okay, that we simply don't know about. So then we get to the fact, and again, Michael Bryant has confirmed this because even though he doesn't have a press pass, in the courthouse is open, and he was actually trying to research and send us the link to get on Aiden Carney's hearing, the Zoom link, because you can, interestingly enough, stream from a Zoom link from Aiden Carney's hearing, but you can't stream from the Zoom link of the court with Karen Reed's hearing unless you have a press pass. Riddle me that, but that's for another day because this is more important. The judge steps off the bench. Brennan calls Jackson McCabe into a back room. Into a back room. ADAs McLaughlin and Lally are also there. The door is closed. And then at some point, McCabe leaves with McLaughlin. Now, there's nothing about Jackson and Lally at that point. Just McCabe leaves with McLaughlin. There's nothing about Jackson and Lally, even though they were in the back room. All right. And then, as it's reported, they're still in recess. The court clerk has told reporters to leave. Now, that's a big deal when you're telling reporters to leave. There's very few exceptions that a court has that can't keep something open. They can't keep it open. Now, maybe there's going to be probably a sealed transcript. There usually has to be, and that may get released afterwards. But to close a public courtroom in the middle of the trial because the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and the immediate family only. The judge wants to talk to the lawyers and the immediate family only. Wow. I wonder if some other witness has come forward here. I wonder if there's some expert that has come forward with some serious stuff. And then 2 minutes after that, we see that Paul, Aaron, and Peggy O'Keefe step off the elevator and into the courtroom, and the door closes. And we do know that that happened because Michael Bryant saw them stepping out of the elevator after they did this. I forgot to ask them what their demeanor was at that time. I should have asked them that. And then the courtroom doors closed again. And then not only the reporters now were asked to leave, but now at 11:12, right, which is about, let's see, 11:04 to 11:12, 8 minutes later, a court officer is telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor. Everyone on the second floor needs to go to the first floor, except attorneys waiting to enter into an adjacent courtroom. Except attorneys waiting to enter into an adjacent courtroom. Let's parse that out. A court officer is telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor, except attorneys waiting to enter an adjacent courtroom. The attorneys, that means the prosecution and the defense, have to go to an adjacent courtroom. I wonder if there's going to be testimony under seal taken in an adjacent courtroom, testimony and oath under seal in an adjacent courtroom, because why would you go to an adjacent courtroom? Okay. The courtroom Zoom feed is not active. We know that because we don't see the fan, obviously. Well, it said it showed the spinning fan, but I don't see the spinning fan right now. I don't see it at all. So I think the spinning fan has stopped spinning. Well, if it's spinning, it's not spinning on Zoom, that's for sure. But the fact to me that the attorneys are told to go to an adjacent courtroom is interesting. To me, it sounds like I don't know. But then after we do that, there's now a report at 11:25, just 4 minutes ago, that Hank Brennan is out of the courtroom. So that would have been, let's see, from 11:12 to 11:25, about 12, 13 minutes later, Hank Brennan is out of the courtroom. He just entered the DA's office with Paul O'Keefe. He entered the DA's office with Paul O'Keefe, who was smiling. But Paul O'Keefe, the brother of John O'Keefe, was smiling. No sign of Reed or their lawyers. That's at 11:25:37. Then 1 minute later, Paul O'Keefe leaves the DA's office. So what looked to be something that it sounds like there had been testimony taken from somebody in the adjacent courtroom. And then Hank Brennan came out, he met with Paul O'Keefe, and Paul O'Keefe was smiling. Now, if that's the case, and Paul O'Keefe is smiling, that would seem to indicate something not good for Karen Reed. But I don't, this is truly a remarkable development, whatever this development is. But just this whole process that we're seeing is remarkable. Just let me take a sip of my Dunkin'. I'm running on Dunkin', which was started in Massachusetts, not far away from where this trial is taking place. The first Dunkin' Donuts was started there. So Michael Bryant is actually, so something is happening. Something is happening. Oh my gosh. Let's see. We know behind the scenes. Let me go, Missy. You'll let me know if I should go to WhatsApp to take a look at it, because Oasis. Thanks, Jess, for the updates. You have to look at X. Unfortunately, I have to look at X. So, but if somebody flipped, why would Paul O'Keefe be smiling? That kind of does that. Now, apparently, there's a bunch of rumors that are floating around. Well, I know there was no law no smile on the way out, but smile on the way in. And Missy's monitoring. They exited on the way out. Okay, he exited only a minute later from the DA's office. So this is as I said, something that is pretty, whatever this is serious enough to stop a trial in the middle of a cross-examination of the major witness. is amazing. Now, we did not know, by the way, and I don't know if any of you know, why tomorrow was going to be a day off in the courtroom. Did something happen that there had to be something set up for tomorrow, and now it's reared its head earlier? I don't know. But you know, so we're monitoring it. And you know, Michael Bryant, if indeed there's something going on, he's going to find out right now. That's why he's out there nosing. Okay, he's out there absolutely nosing what's happening. So let's see. You know, let me see. Yeah, apparently other reporters who were in the courtroom said they're hearing a bunch of different things but can't confirm. You know, of course, they can't confirm because right now all we have is rumors. All we have is absolutely rumors that are going on, right? All we have is rumors that are going on. But this is whatever it is. This is a something wow is happening, and I just don't know what the wow is. And gosh darn it, Michael Bryant, come on, work on it. Get the wow, yeah, get the wow. I don't know why you'd want to meet with the family members. Why do you want to meet with the family members of privately? Why you want to meet with the attorneys and the close family members privately? I mean, to me, that always sounds, if that were bad for Karen Reed, why would you want to meet with the family members? Unless you're meeting with all the family members, but they're not. They're only meeting with, they were meeting with one of the family members that is going on. Here's, yeah, we definitely have obviously confirming testimony with regard to what is going on in the courtroom. The sidebar before break, and this is being reported by another reporter, the same thing, the confirmation of what's going on the sidebar before break. Okay. By the way, I would note apparently the jurors were taking a lot of notes with regard to McCabe, but the officers cleared the court except for counsel and close family. All right, now, am I seeing an active courtroom right here? Am I seeing this active courtroom, Missy? That's in my stream. It looks like it's live, and if it's live, we're going to go there.
Yes, please.
Yes, let's go there right now.
Oh, these?
Unmuting myself because apparently the courtroom feed is muted right now. We saw Yannetti smiling at Karen Reed and patting her back. We did see that. So well, now we are going up to the fan because why they still they're not making the feed public. I mean, they made the feed public, but they're not making the sound public. Press was told, Michael says, that they no longer allowed to stand and must be seated. So let's well, I'm hearing a fan. I'm hearing a lot of fan. I'm hearing Michael Bryant too. Michael Bryant, they're about to go back into court. All right.
Yeah, everybody just fled the various rooms and headed to the elevators and or stairs to head on up. So I get it. Whatever they're going to do is about to happen, but it's a big mystery to most everybody here. They have no clue. I was talking to Aiden Carney in part about his hearing coming up, so we'll get into that. But let's find out what's happening.
There are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here?
I guess we're not going to know what it is. We're going to have to go by rumor. We'll have to find out, Michael. We're going back into having. Oh, wait a second. Are we in a sidebar, or we're asking for Ms. McCabe to come back in here? Reporters, by the way, can't stand anymore. They have to be seated. So Alan Jackson's about to continue his his cross-examination, it appears, of McCabe, and this is a mystery. And I know you're going to be trying to sort it out right now, as you know, because Aiden Carney has a hearing too. So,
Yeah, his hearing's coming up. It is just a status hearing, but they have some interesting things to talk about, including the Kate Peter affidavit. As we
Jackson, go right ahead.
or Sofagate. Okay, here we go.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about, I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert, is that right?
Exactly.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right, and Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On
that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but
And-
yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, these law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. This is pretty serious stuff. Now, you have to have the jury who has to figure out that if it's not Canton Police and it's not the Massachusetts State Police, who could it be but the FBI, the Feds,
Yes.
Department of Justice? So here we go. He's refreshing her recollection. I mean, it's not often we give an interview to the FBI, so but she needs a recollection
First, I'm
refresh. So
gonna
let's
ask
hear.
you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
Thank you. If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
If you could review those two paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe?
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts?
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay, yes,
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was
Because-
that was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's,
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes,
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
no,
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted? But if
Yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there, yes. That is correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there, yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes,
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment, before your interview, was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
no, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's
So-
it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
then.
than that.
So
I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you is just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Not about an ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes,
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you?
Mm-hmm.
And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Kerry Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's a pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others, in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If
Okay,
I
let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment?
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finishing her.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's
non-responsive.
so. Next questions.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Mm-hmm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mm-hmm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you, and I better clear that lie up.
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we
Next, yes.
Okay. The jury gets it. I want to know, who did she call that was so secretive that she lied to, and she can't say it, and AJ can't say it, the FBI. He can't even say, he has to say law enforcement agency. He can't say the agents, although it has come in a couple times. Law enforcement agency, right? We don't know who she called. And then apparently it's very clear she had a conversation with Brian, and was told that she had lied to the FBI and she better call them back and clear it up. And then she called them back and cleared up. But none of this is actually coming before the jury out of her mouth, because the judge is sustaining these objections, right? The judge is sustaining these objections. Quite frankly, it's outrageous. I mean, this is perfect cross-examination. You lied to the agents. She should be able to say she lied to the FBI, because lying to the FBI carries a certain weight to it. Lying to a DOJ agent carries a certain weight to it, right? Because right now, they don't, at least they know it's not the insurance carrier, right? And she absolutely lied to them because she had called somebody else. We don't know who. And she didn't tell them, even though the agents asked, who did you talk to? And of course, she said she talked to Carrie Roberts. She contacted her husband, and he came home. And that's okay. And Carrie Roberts, okay? Why would you do that? And she denies she called Carrie Roberts to find out, well, if the agents had visited you, what would you say? She just wanted to see if the agents had visited her. Oh, yeah, you want to see that. But the next question would be, well, what did you tell them? Or you're not calling her. You want to, that's what you're really calling for. I think the jury gets that. But here she starts going, well, the reason why I didn't brush my teeth, and that, of course, ended up being stopped. She looked like a ridiculous jerk by saying that. Excuse me, but I believe that. That's how I looked at it. That's jerky. Okay, let's go back and listen.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying,
Objection.
I'll allow that.
correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jackson.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes,
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
yes,
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
yes,
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
yes,
and Brian Albert showed up.
yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yeah, yes,
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No,
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
we were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes, at different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table, so it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't
enough.
like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just
Yeah.
sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking, and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another,
I
correct?
don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands, right?
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really...
Playfully grabbing each other, fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
Okay.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian. Higgins and Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're the guys. Yeah.
Big boys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video?
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakifis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you. Is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So or maybe the son and the Marines. They might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, this is your, I'll take care of the rest. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a,
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, while we have this moment, I mean, I'm still stuck on the fact that in 10 minutes she made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls. She tells the FBI clearly it's a law enforcement
Your Honor,
agency
with court's permission,
about
I'm
2,
going to show a different exhibit until the
and then
other-
she
the
can't
other
remember
issue can
the
be
others.
resolved.
But let's go in
With
and
the
see
court's
what's
permission,
happening now.
Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Walt, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these 2 windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those 2 windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of
No.
fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only 2 that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are. Just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond, I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
yes,
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. At any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Objection.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yeah.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case, correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come, yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah, we were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right, not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there, yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it, I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And
here's where I am.
during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened,
And you told
questions
them.
like that, and I absolutely told them. But
Okay.
it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not,
You're
no.
not a trained investigator.
No,
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
no.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are. I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No?
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April?
April,
I think,
yes, yes,
2022?
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right?
it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an
An
anteroom?
anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah,
Waiting for your
mhm.
testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So, in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was
No.
a full-size German
It's
Shepherd.
a full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running, and chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts screaming back at her,
Yes,
shut up, or shut the fuck up, right?
yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. Definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, if we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no,
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that. Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No,
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
no,
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
no,
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert, anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
I object.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference. Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights, lights like over here somewhere, if the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is,
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay,
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there, to the left, sorry.
all right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house. Ms.
Yes.
McCabe. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Objection.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second, when you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
What are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m. 12:23 a.m. Sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sure I did. May I, Your Honor?
Okay.
Take a look at that transcript, that colloquy. Can you read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself?
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you come to council?
Okay, so here we are. No Chloe. Now, I've had German Shepherds almost my whole life until I became kind of allergic to them, and that's why we've had poodles. The last 3 dogs have been poodles. Even the poodle, even to be the poodle, somebody coming into the house, even if they're crated, let's assume they're crated at another location, they're barking, especially a German Shepherd, and apparently a German Shepherd that is one that has a Malinois next to it, where Alan Jackson wouldn't have asked that question unless that's the case. I mean, they're barking. Somebody walks into the house, up the stairs, making a lot of noise, even making a lot of noise outside. So why is Chloe penned up someplace that you can't find Chloe? Has Chloe already been taken away and is staying at another person's house? Clearly no Chloe, even then. Clearly no Chloe, even then. I mean, I don't know whether or not the jurors were asked if they have dogs, if they have large dogs, but whether they be large or small. I mean, come on. Yap, 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 yap. Ruff, 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 ruff. You've heard Tubi barking in the background on this show when somebody goes to my door or somebody knocks at my door, or even if he hears a loud noise here, you've heard Tubi barking, and he's a poodle. Okay, he's a poodle. So to me, it sounds like Chloe had a collar on him, and somebody took Chloe away from the house that night. That's what it sounds like. I mean, that's the impression I'm getting. And even though the jury is still not sure why all this is important, right? I mean, what's coming across, right, is a vibe. First of all, it's a vibe that she's in control of things because she's lied. And I think the jury may not know that it's the FBI that picked her up. But let me tell you, to me, once there's a clear indication, look, hey, we're outside. I understand someone not speaking to somebody outside who they don't know who it is, okay? Then she goes in her house. They call themselves, they clearly identify themselves as federal agents. I mean, even though we can't say it in this trial for some ridiculous reason the judges decided. They go into her house. She says she needs 10 minutes because she hadn't brushed her teeth. Well, wait a second. She did more than that. She called all these people in between. Quite frankly, if she called a lawyer, I would have said, fine. You got a federal agent at your door, call a lawyer. You don't know what they're there for. But she calls her husband. She calls Carrie Roberts. She calls, I mean, if you or I were on the list, she'd probably call us, all right? She called everybody, and then she lets them in and talks to them. And when they ask her the question, did you speak to anybody in that 10 minutes? She just gives them 2 answers. Her husband, who had come home, reasonable, everyone expects that, Carrie Roberts. She lied to the federal government. She should be going to jail, in my opinion. My clients are arrested for a lot less than that.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
you. Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
so it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection asked.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Mayor Roach?
Yes.
Did you say it wasn't what we discussed? That's what she said first.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
By the way, thank you. She's like Texas for Justice Serve TV memberships. Missy, and get ready on those new emojis we want. The boom and the ice cubes or the ice chest. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not.
Oh my God, she's a lawyer. She now knows refreshing recollection is different than a memory. She can read
I
it off
can
the
read
paper.
the time, but in my memory.
Not my question. I can do it this way, Mr.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's here.
Yes, something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother, she came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left,
But the lights are attached to what?
the car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct,
Okay.
yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that is Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000-pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and we'll stay up here 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. By the way, before that, Shaggy, thank you for that Justice Serve TV other membership. Missy's now working on the two emojis, the one that I wanted, boom. So when you make a point, boom. Okay. And then, of course, in honor of Mr. Wiffle Ball, a chest of freezer or a bunch of ice or something like that. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. So we're obviously have our hour break. Micah is telling us what I've been reading on the internet. The Commonwealth is filing to revoke Aiden Carney's bail. Why? Because I got on a show the other night, he said something to the effect that they should, if they all died in a fire, they should, that for all the lying, that's what should happen to them. Well, that's what you think should happen to somebody. That's not a threat. That's not saying you're going to kill somebody. I mean, this is, I haven't read all the papers, but this has gotten ridiculous. They know that he is the biggest threat to their case, especially after getting the scoop on what we have deemed and what has been adopted by the person who supposedly was bribed, at least the allegation is, by a Sofagate. And that's mass mafia, mass hole, mass hole, as to whether or not she's an agent of the state and whether this witness, actually Jennifer McCabe, paid for or gave her the money so she could buy a sofa and all, and then go on social media and really badmouth anybody that says anything that would be remotely supportive of Karen Reed, even if it's not supportive of Karen Reed, even if it's only supportive of our justice system and whether or not a state must prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's what the DA is trying to do in Dr. Turtleboy. And I know Michael Bryant probably has more on that, but so much has happened. I'm wondering whether he has Chloe by his side. I don't know if you heard that.
I think Chloe's in timeout. Chloe was in timeout that night. That is odd. Got to say that's odd. Having had dogs and having them in a bedroom at night. There's nobody come blowing through the door without craziness happening. Especially if it's a dog that has some kind of watchdog type bloodline. And that's, this is not just a German Shepherd, but those dogs. What's the name of it again? I always forget it. The what's it called again?
German Shepherd Malinois mix, apparently. I gathered that from Alan's question, right?
Yes,
Malinois are used in the military. As a matter of fact, I wanted to get a Malinois, but I'd probably be allergic to it. But they require very specific handling. Okay.
Yes, and they're also very expensive. The purebred ones cost you $30,000. The guy that watches our dog, he's a former military guy, he breeds them. So that's
Malinois is
a
one of the ones.
dog.
Matter of fact, the Malinois is one of the ones that, if you recall, when we went with Osama bin Laden, they parachuted him out of the helicopter. He was down there. I mean, he went down with the military. All right, they're tough.
Yeah, they're hardcore. These are hardcore dogs. So even if you got a little of that in your blood, you're probably, I don't know, maybe a little aggressive, maybe feisty. I don't know. I'm watching as everybody leaves because I can't see with eyes on the back of my head. As we see, I was turning you off and back onto the feed. Is this the end of the day, or did she say we're breaking for lunch? I thought she said lunch.
Yeah, she said lunch. She absolutely said breaking for lunch. Right.
Some people suggested it's going to be a short day, but I'm guessing she wants to get through with the cross, redirect, recross, et cetera, right?
Yeah, I think she wants to finish this witness. Absolutely. Yeah. This is definitely lunch, and then there's a break tomorrow for some reason we don't know. But there was I don't know, there was a lot going on, as you know, in that courtroom. But let's talk about Dr. Turtleboy, who has a hearing in that courthouse. They're trying to revoke his sale because the other day he said on his webcast, and then he also put it on Twitter, that he wouldn't be sad if totally his whole family died in this fire, blah blah blah. I mean, that's not a threat. It's not saying I'm gonna go, fucking burn your house down, you asshole.
It may be mean, but so let me tell you this, because I just talked to him. I don't know, when we were in the midst of that the family meeting, and I did a post about that, what I think it really was about, based on the folks I've talked to and the observations I made. But as he was coming out of the courthouse, remember, he's not in the courtroom today because Jen McCabe is one of the witnesses. He cannot watch, in person. He has been streaming. He's been with the streaming crowd across the street at the Registry of Deeds. So I said, "So what's the deal? What's going on?" He said, "Well, it's just a status conference." I said, "Anything special coming up?" We talked about the Peter affidavit, which of course was all the buzz over the weekend. That's the affidavit.
Sofagate.
Yes, that's the Kate Peter, who allegedly, through a friend, unnamed but apparently known, was so in bed with the Commonwealth, she was getting paid to be anti-Karen Reed. Now, again, that's an aside, that's a totally collateral issue, but it was filed in the Aiden Carney case. So he believes that will be coming up. That's an issue. I guarantee you, you might remember the last time we were in this was for the Stoughton first appearance, when that 17th witness intimidation issue came up. That's outside the D&E pizza place. That happened the night I was doing our show right from the sidewalk down the street. And there was his performance in front of the surveillance cameras, right? And that became a witness intimidation charge. At that time, he was led to believe, Aiden Carney was led to believe, based on what his attorneys had been told by Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, it's no big deal, just going to have a hearing, or you'll be in and out, it's nothing to worry about. And then he gets in there and he's sandbagged because they're trying to revoke his bail. It's starting to sound like that's kind of the play today, because based on my conversation with him an hour ago, he was not concerned about that possibility.
It's ridiculous. They're just going after him for everything because, I mean, he's really uncovering things that are important. And by the way, that the motion that he filed was the motion to get discovery from his case. But my feeling is he has the receipts. I mean, what if somebody who had look at it this way: somebody's wrongfully in prison for 40 years, and they come out and they say, you know, I wish those, and excuse my language, because if I were in prison for 40 years, I'd want to say this: those motherfuckers who put me in jail would drop dead now, right? You gonna arrest me? You gonna arrest me for that? No. No, I'd call Mark Randazzo if they did. Anyhow, your lawyer, because that's clear First Amendment. You know,
Of course.
yeah.
Of course, it doesn't even rise to the level of threat that would be necessary anywhere else. But we know you can get arrested here for carrying a free care and read sign outside of Walgreens and doing nothing else. That kind of gets you arrested. Right. And that did happen to the Canton 9. So we don't know what's going to happen. You know, I'll be inside unless they put it in the lesser of the two courtrooms. 3 courtrooms upstairs. Courtroom, I know the wind is horrible here. Sorry. 3 courtrooms upstairs. One is courtroom 25, which is, see if I can find a more sheltered spot here.
Yeah, we're trying to find the Zoom link that you know, this is not in Stoughton. This is here in Dedham. We can't seem to find the public Zoom link, and maybe they're not going to make it public, you know.
But that's entirely possible. And when I went into the clerk's office just to confirm which courtroom to finish that little discussion, we know it's not going to be in 25 because that's where the trial is underway. So there are only 2 other courtrooms up there. One is the big courtroom, and the other is lesser in size, but not as small as courtroom 25, the trial courtroom. So we'll see. Again, go right to the clerk's office. They're either they're being you know, just kind of slippery about it, or they haven't assigned it yet. And then to them, it's just another case, and we'll do it when we do it. I have no idea, and we'll find out in you know, less than an hour.
So that's it. If we see that there's another channel in there and that they've given it out, but right now they wouldn't give you any Zoom link, right? Right now they had nothing planned.
No. And I'll ask again when I go through the metal detector and take off my clothes to get in, and then I'll go check.
Unbelievable that we can't see what's happening in a courtroom in a light that's open here. This is unbelievable. Now, you know, I want to get your thoughts because we've been talking. And by the way, I just want to tell you, Michael Bryant, that our viewers have been so generous here. We have been gifted over 27 memberships to be able to get new emojis that we asked for last night. Mara was keeping us up to date and helping us with the breaking news. And then you confirmed the breaking news by seeing the family get off the elevator when they were coming down, which other reporters had not been there. I was
working outside, and of course one of the court officers, can I help you? I said, I'm just observing, and they let me alone. And that's and it should be noted that it's not like a massive set of stairs, but if we're talking about Margaret O'Keefe and we're talking about the Reeds, they're taking the elevator. Everybody else came up and down the stairs. So just to give you the picture of why there were some on the elevator, not everybody, just the folks who felt like those stairs were not worth the hassle, and they did take the elevator, which dumps them right in front of the security area.
Yeah, no about it. But here we have a clear vibe going on in the courtroom with Jennifer McCabe. First of all, the judge is sustaining a lot of questions. I don't understand why they're being sustained, quite frankly. Nope. I mean, they're perfectly appropriate cross-examination, you know, including who did you talk to? I mean, you know, come on.
Yeah, whoopsie, I forgot. And why are we still hiding the FBI? I don't understand that at all. You know, why are we letting the jury guess?
It's important to the weight of the evidence. If she's lying to the FBI, that's important for the jury to know, not just some law enforcement agency. The FBI, the fucking I. Okay.
Calm down. It's a family show.
I am in a rant. I'm in my rant stage, and you know when I'm in my rant stage, my Catholicism goes by the wayside. All my training, and I start cursing.
Yeah, you might have to go right out to the confessional. So anyway. So you know, they know now, the jury knows now that she had lied to these officers that they've now been called. Although I don't think FBI likes to be called officers. Remember, they're called special agents. I have friends who are on the FBI, and they say, well, what's so special about you guys? Why can't you just be agents?
Yeah, no, everyone in the FBI is a special agent. Everyone in the FBI is a special agent. As a matter of fact, I would have loved it. She wouldn't allow him to say they were agents. She had to say,
Yeah.
Jackson had to say a law enforcement agency.
Officer.
Well, did you
Or
lie
he
to?
said
How about
officers.
yeah? How about did you lie to special agents from a law enforcement agency? I mean, at least that would give it more. I mean, it's ridiculous.
So he did make the point that you knew you couldn't lie to these officers, right?
Right.
So again, is that enough for them to interpret that to mean, then, because generally I hope people know they shouldn't be lying to law enforcement of any level, but I don't know, maybe it paid off, maybe it didn't, but it's just ridiculous that they can't learn not what the investigation was per se, but just who the investigating agency was, it's dumb. Anyway, so what else were you chatting about while I was out and about?
Oh, now we're into the cars. He's trying to pin her down on where the cars. I don't think we've gone to the actual 12:45 yet. I assume he's saving that to the end and is going to confront her with all the transcripts because he has gotten her to admit, all of a sudden she can't remember things, right? She can't remember time, and she's been so schooled that she's handled, as we said, the actual text, an actual text that she has to receive so she could tell which time it was. So when she talked to people, she knew when Julie Nagel and Ryan Nagel were at the front of the house. Well, at first she couldn't remember it. Then it was the extraction. Then she couldn't remember if she gave it to anybody or told anybody about it or gave it to law enforcement or told them about it, which of course she didn't. And then when she's presented with the extraction, which has the date, the time on it, that doesn't refresh her recollection. And well, that's not what you asked me. So she's clearly showing how schooled she's been. I mean, to me, that's not a good look. And I guess, when they told her at the prosecutor, when they prepped her to make sure you just answer the question, I guess it didn't work.
Well, she's, she gets emotional. There's no doubt about it. And you can tell she's kind of tight as a piano string. And so you keep plucking away at her and she's going to fight back. And we saw a little of that. I think it's going to get far worse. But the impression that Alan Jackson leaves, even though she won't, in fact, she denies every indication that suggests they were collaborating somehow. Everybody in the room without a cop, that they were just having small talk. And the impression he's left is you guys were all left alone to get your story straight. Right? That's the impression.
And she's damned if you do, damned if you don't, because the answer was, well, they were my family and friends. So, of course,
that's right.
And that's exactly the point he's making. So not only were you left alone to get your story straight, they were the close-knit group, okay? So whatever way she answered as to the reason why it happened, it damned her this way or damned her that way in terms of how the defense has presented the case.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and she's going to get to this 12:45-ish thing pretty quickly. That would be a great punctuation for this jury if it happens before they adjourn for the day and until Friday, right?
Right. And I'm sure that's where he wants to go. I'm sure that's where he wants to leave it at, because I mean, this whole thing that she lied to this law enforcement agency that she was told specifically, and this is the same thing with Carrie Roberts. You were told, after you gave all these other stories, that if you lied to this law enforcement agency, you could go to jail. Now, when we say that, what could have happened today, Michael? Have you heard anything else about why there was all these closed knit doors? Does it have something to do with possible perjury, possible needing a lawyer, possible something or other?
I really don't think so, to be honest. I think it's as simple as, and remember who the parties were for this meeting, the families. And I think there was just my impression is it was a kind of a heads up that we don't want you, any drama. I don't want any facial expressions. I don't want any size, I don't want you demonstrating how you might react to a given witness's testimony. And that makes sense based on who we saw going in and out of that meeting. And the fact that, I'm sure everybody noticed that Paul O'Keefe was moved. Remember, as I've described the layout of the courtroom.
He's the brother of John O'Keefe. Explain to people who may not know.
Yes, Paul sits there right in the front. And if you are at the defense table, anybody walking up to the bench or to the witness stand, anybody walking back and forth, it goes right in front of him. He's front and center. And so why do you move the guy? I mean, was that just happenstance, coincidence that it happened right after this meeting? I don't think so. And everybody who's watched this trial from day one here and the whole trial the first time, they know he is very demonstrative with his face. right? He doesn't, he's not shy about expressing his concerns, amusement, anger that somebody who's testifying and then it's not what somebody likes. So I think that's what it was all about. It was stern, it was direct, because it took, I don't know, like 15, 20 minutes for sure, just on that.
Yeah, it was 45 minutes total that they were in break, 40, 47 minutes or so. Right.
But I think some other stuff was happening too. But the separation of the families and the request that everybody else leave the courtroom, all of that, I think really centered around, courtroom decorum, as it were. So.
No, that was an awful long meeting for that. But maybe that's why they needed Jackson to put it on the record. You know, he could have been saying something too. He's sitting, but they didn't ask for Yannetti. Yannetti's sitting right there. If you look at it, it was Paul O'Keefe, and then Yannetti's seat was first. So, you know, whether or not he's trying to listen into what they're saying, whatever it is. But
there goes across the street. There goes Aiden, heading off just past that satellite truck. I'm guessing he's trying to squeeze in a bite before he heads back to court. So I've been working on the Venn diagram. I hear we used to have a vice president who loved Venn diagrams, and with this Venn diagram, I'm trying to include the overlap of Jen McCabe, friends, associates, family, and Karen Reed. And you're probably getting a mental picture of what that Venn diagram might look like. There's a very small sliver that overlaps with the Jen McCabe contingent. Very small. And as Alan Jackson continues to point out that she is just clearly an outsider, and whose side are you going to take if there's a dispute about what happened, Jen McCabe? Well, it's going to be her part of that Venn diagram. There was a point at which she was asked about Karen Reed and where she fit in the mix, and Alan Jackson said, well, she's not family. And she said yes. And it was a very, very curt, very definitive way of confirming what he was trying to tell this jury. That is, you know, we're not covering for her. We're doing everything we can to help the rest of our group, the rest of our Venn diagram. So I think it was effective.
No, it's so far so good. And you know, and I guess the jury, well, you know, he did the opening and he's put this all in the opening, so I guess what they're hearing is they're hearing this testimony in light of Alan Jackson's opening, which is why he had to do the opening, right? That there's something not right here, you know, and whereas what was it, something rotten in Denmark? Is that what Shakespeare said? Yeah, something rotten in Denmark here about this whole thing. There's just something rotten. But is she coming across? Is she coming across just as a liar? Or is she coming across in the first trial? She came across like nasty and evil. Is she coming across that way now to you?
I think she's softer, but if you challenge her, I think she does tend to get a little more edgy. But I do think, on balance, it's a softer Jen McCabe. We'll see what happens when we get to some of the real sticking points. But he has challenged her on things that she didn't remember. I mean, when they got to that group of who she called before talking to the officer, the agent, I mean, you know, are you kidding me? Including Brian Higgins. I mean, why are you calling this guy?
Right.
And Brian Albert. I mean, why are you calling these people to? Is it to get your story straight? Is it what? You just need some emotional support? I just think it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, everyone in the chat wants to make sure that we know, and we do know that they have filed to revoke Aiden's bail. Allegedly, again, another intimidation, another threat, another bullshit threat. Now the question is, who's the judge handling it? Is the same? Do we know?
I do not know.
Judge back or no?
Yeah, and I don't know who's. You know, the courtrooms are fungible, so they can put any judge in any court. It's not going to matter. But I'm not so sure, as we just saw Aiden walk by. I mean, I'm not so sure he knows that that's the master plan. I don't know why he wouldn't know at this point, though. So.
Apparently, it was just recent. It's the same thing they did with him remember the last time he was going in. It was just going to be a hearing, no big deal. And then at the last minute, just before he walked in, they filed to. They said they weren't going to grant him bail. They wanted to revoke his bail there. That was the same type of thing. That's how they treat him, and all. They hate him. They hate him. Well, we lost Michael Bryant. Okay. simply lost Michael Bryant. So he was up at the clerk's office to try to get the Zoom number. They didn't indicate that they even knew what was happening. And then they indicated, well, they did, and what courtroom was going to be the large courtroom. So whether or not they're just lying, or whether or not they don't have their act together, or whether or not they're not even intending to stream this hearing, because remember, they don't have to, and remember, maybe they don't have the ability to stream two Zoom hearings from their technology in that old courthouse. Who the heck knows? I think Michael Bryant may have just gotten back on. I hear, there, you did. You lost you for a second.
Obviously, the goal is to keep me out as well. I think that he's going to come back this way soon enough, and I'll get a sense of whether he has a clue what's coming. I don't. Let's look at the merits. So let's get beyond the back room kind of maneuvering. Is there grounds to revoke his bail? I would say no.
Well, that's my view, but you know what? As Aiden points out, that we're seeing so much in this case that we wouldn't believe would happen. But I think they're being a little bit more careful here. But that is the Commonwealth. It is the same Commonwealth. It's not a different Commonwealth. It's all one Commonwealth. It's really ridiculous. They're trying to basically destroy him by giving him another charge, right? By giving him another charge. And all. So I mean, I have no words. I have no words actually for this morning with the FBI thing. That didn't come out in the first trial. That wasn't in the first trial.
Right.
So and especially with Carrie Peters, that wasn't in the first trial. With her, it turned out that she had lied to the grand jury, which she now claims she misunderstood the question. Oh, yeah, everyone believes that, right? Yeah, I'm sure. But what else did Alan Jackson get out of here? I put a lot of things. Well, she was trying to say, did you ever, with anyone in this whole year, discuss the case? Discuss your testimony? And she would make a distinction. No, we never discussed my testimony. And he had to keep working at it to say, we discussed the case. And then she agreed to discuss the case, but not her testimony. So to me, that again looks like you're lying, right? I mean, of course you discussed your testimony.
Well, either she is stupid, she thinks other people are stupid, or she's lying. Because if you go on and on about how, we talked a lot about the case. It was a shared traumatic experience, right? We didn't talk about testimony. Well, what the hell are you talking? It's a distinction without a difference. That's the testimony, the case. It's not, hey, I have 4 kids, and one of them just got into a club, some sort of soccer club. Come on. So again, it's got to be stupidity, or intentional. I don't know.
It's very interesting. There has been this, 007 Texas has picked up on something that I saw on the internet too. That there's this theory that John O'Keefe, by the way, since he was transferred to the sex crimes unit, child sex abuse unit and all in Boston, that maybe he had some information on the things that were going on in Canton and Stoughton, specifically surrounding the Sandra Birchmore case. And that's why he was targeted in some way. That's an interesting theory about that. Was he some kind of informant or something to the FBI? I mean, that's been going around. I don't know. As I said, when we get the channel up that we own, the Conspiracy Network, which I own, but I told Michael Bryant we're welcome to do that. Maybe that's one of the things we'll look into. Wouldn't that be an interesting situation that's been held? That would have certainly explained an investigation, wouldn't it?
In the merch store, would we sell tinfoil hats in the merch store? I'm not sure.
I don't know, but you know what? If you're targeting somebody and you're having a fight, right now the fight supposedly is over the fact that Higgins made a move on Karen Reed and they were exploring things. He was having an exploratory relationship. Some people I know believe that it was more than exploratory, and then she cut it off. Others say no, it was just exploratory and nothing ever happened. But whatever the theory is that John O'Keefe didn't like it, that he was jealous. And we did see that. I mean, we have forgotten those texts from last week. I thought those texts, quite frankly, didn't show. Yeah, she wanted to call back. He wasn't calling her back. He was ghosting her and all. But he wanted her to drive him around that night He didn't like the fact that a plumber was coming over to fix her heater. Quite frankly, he looked like the proverbial typical man to me in those texts. I didn't think anything bad about her.
No, I mean, not for the reason that people were trying to pin this on her. To me, it was more a relationship thing. As I've said before, great stuff for Dr. Phil. I'm not sure it fulfills the requirements for criminal prosecution. Yeah, they were definitely having some issues, and there was some jealousy, I think, on both sides. Was it the plumber? I don't know. Or Brian Higgins? Was there really something to be jealous of? Is that just something that had been, kind of exaggerated in John O'Keefe's mind? I don't know. I mean, but again, those are all collateral issues unless you give me something a little more weighty than there was some text back and forth.
They were fighting over, according to John O'Keefe's best friend, the fact that she was buying luxurious and lavish gifts, he thought, for the children who had lost their parents. I thought that showed that she was a good person, not a bad person. You know?
I mean, if you put yourself in that position where she steps in and, as close as she can, she's replicating the mom role, right? For a boyfriend who has taken on his niece and nephew because of the death of their parents. I mean, the whole story is, kind of heartwarming that somebody would be willing to do that. And I don't know a lot of people that would at the boyfriend-girlfriend level.
Right. I don't know a lot of people would do that either. So whatever it is, even if they were fighting over that little tidbit, or they were fighting over jealousy, whatever, but they were also getting together. Let's go drinks and putting their arm around each other and happy. I mean, certainly the Commonwealth, if they think that's a cause for an intentional murder, I mean, that is just, shall we say, bullshit. Okay.
I think that's a throwaway, and I think what we're hearing, and Jen McCabe certainly helped. I don't know how many times she said, "Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him. I hit him." I mean, from conversations she overheard to conversations she believed the paramedics overheard, they've definitely reinforced this concept that she was so drunk she didn't know what was happening that night. Therefore, and I've always thought that at least that's an argument, right?
Right. That's an argument. And that may be the one he says. Look, she didn't even know she drove to that house. She had consumed a number of drinks. She had high blood alcohol level, and that's the one thing I do think that the cross-examination of that witness by Miss Little was, quite frankly, a disaster, because she had him and he got away from her, and they could have done a lot more. And that to me was not a good. That was a weak point in their case, and they could just find, look, she was drunk, she may have nicked him, and that's it. I mean, that could be what they find. I mean, I'm saying that straight up because I tell you guys all the truth on it. Whether they prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't think so, but some jurors could believe that.
Yep. It's an argument, and that's probably why they were hung on that count last time.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting about the federal investigation. We talk about why Judge Beverly Canoni won't let it be in, but maybe it's a blessing in disguise for the defense, because if there's a federal investigation and they hear, what's happening to it, and you don't know what's happening to it, maybe they'll inure it against the defense, right? But now they think, whoa, there's federal officers investigating the prosecution witnesses. They're not going to know it's a closed investigation. They're just going to know it's federal officers. They could think it's an open investigation, and those people have problems.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They're learning a little more than the jury did in the first case, and I think it probably does help the defense at this point.
Yeah, that's interesting. What else are you hearing around the courthouse?
I have some. Yes. How are you? Good. Want to chime in?
Hi. How you doing?
Yeah, she says hello.
Yeah, she's awesome. I know she kept trying to.
You're awesome.
This is my daughter.
Hi, daughter. What are your names? I can't hear. Michael, get close with your phone.
Amanda and Josie. Josie is learning her civics.
Hi, Josie.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, Josie. That's Linda. And she's learning her civics on the ground here. This is real life civics lesson, for better or worse.
Yeah. Did they listen to the trial at all this morning?
You've been listening this morning?
I've been listening.
Thoughts?
I think that she's feeling the pressure. I think that Jen's feeling the pressure big time from Ellen, and he's building a foundation. He's going to come in
For the kill?
For the kill. Yeah, I think he's already got her on a lot too, inconsistencies. And if you're asking yourself why she won't answer any questions directly, yes or no, like easy questions. You as an attorney, I'm sure, like if it's an easy question, there's no need to cover it up. Just say yes, just say no. Don't be evasive. And she's being very evasive on like, are your eyes blue? Like, well, I wouldn't call them blue. I don't know if I'd use that terminology. Like,
Yep.
So, and the jury's not stupid. The jury sees that. And they see her demeanor versus Karen's demeanor in the clips that they saw, which is very like, I'll tell you whatever, she wasn't hiding anything.
What do you think differences from the first time? Anything that sticks out to you?
I think that the defense team has just gotten better. I think Jen looks highly coached. Like, she talked through the entire thing with Hank Brennan.
Yeah. Well, we know there were lots of meetings, right? We know there were tons of meetings. Okay. Well, thank you very much. We'll
Thank
check
you,
in with
Amanda. Thank you, Josie.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Josie.
Thank
That's
you.
Linda.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I can't say they're 100% unbiased, but I don't disagree with the observations. And Amanda is a paralegal, so she brings a little of the business to the mix.
That's for sure. That's for sure. What's interesting is that the people that are around the courthouse are, remember, the jurors live in this area. They know everybody. They, when someone says this is a tight knit community, they know if it's a tight knit community or not, right?
Sure.
Now somebody says, Sunny says, Caitlin Albert brought the dog with her when she was picked up by Tristan.
So you ask why? Why would that be? Why would that be? It's not like the dog's owners were going away and there was a dog sitting going on.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Exactly. So the jurors are going to know. Yeah. And, the problem you have, though, is that maybe some of the jurors know the people, it's always 6 degrees of separation. You don't know, no matter what you say, if there's any stealth jurors on there who are friends with all these people. I remember war story going down to, Maynardville, Tennessee. And everybody in the courtroom knew everybody. The sheriff's office would come in, hey, cuz, how you doing? Wearing the guns, and, they're going to go fill out my jury questionnaire. That gave me really hopes of a fair trial, right?
Right.
They'll know each other.
In the Alec Murdoch case, even smaller than this community. This community, I think, is 20-some thousand, give or take. And all these adjoining communities, Canton, Stoughton, Dedham, they're just little, quiet suburbs, really, of Boston, 25 minutes south. So that's why, in part, this has become the story that it has. If it were in a big city, a bigger city, I don't know, might not turn into this. This has just that flavor of a novel, the small town story. There's been a murder, maybe, local folks involved, cops involved. I mean, it has all the elements that attract people.
Well, yeah. What about he was drunk, terribly drunk. Maybe he had other health problems. We don't know because medical examiner hasn't testified. And he fell and he tried to get up and fell again and hit his head. And somehow, there's in some way he hurt his arm. And that the people woke up and found the body on the lawn and they thought they were going to get blamed for it and then tried to cover that up as opposed to killing him. Does that work as an alternate theory?
Sure. I think the biggest issue, both for that theory and the one that's being proposed by the prosecution, is the arm. Because in that scenario, other than the arm, I buy it, no real injuries below the waist, a little bit of a bruising to a knee. But that arm, how does that arm get injured like that from falling?
Yeah, no, that's the fly in the ointment, and that's why you had to have and the prosecution has no theory about about the arm. I don't think.
Well,
I mean, the
their
fact
theory is
that
the taillight. It's the taillight, which I've reenacted how the taillight would have to actually be more like a dog and gnawing at your arm than having. Because that was the impression I got was in and of itself. Again, you have to first assume that kind of contact, even at 24.2 miles an hour, all of that plays out as prosecution has suggested. We'll see if that's the same story this time. does that break that taillight? Not a chance in hell. You know, I had to whack at it many times. You have to get past that and then assume that whatever shards of taillight are left would then tear up the arm as the arm is clearly torn up. It's just so,
and the
I don't know
taillight
what
had
happened. But
the taillight had no blood or anything on it or anything. And that's the problem. That's the problem, right? The prosecution, we're going to say it over again, has to prove, and I think this is where the defense went right this time. And remember, I faulted them last time. You didn't hold enough on that, beyond a reasonable doubt, because they can't prove it, because they can't prove collision. And we haven't even gotten to the medical examiners. Remember, this is the best part of the prosecution's case. The best part of their case is happening now. When they rest, that's going to be, their case ain't going to get any better than that. And right now, it's not very good.
Yeah, no, you're right. And we talked about it yesterday. If you itemize the different witnesses, which one is the strongest prosecution witness? Any of them? Anybody? Anyone?
The ice chest. We have an ice chest on our emoji on the top of our screen. Thank you for all those memberships. We have the ice chest. Mr. Wiffle Ball's ice chest. I put it in my freezer chest,
I can't see. Is there a phone in that ice chest? I can't see.
Yeah, there's a phone. There's a phone in there. It looks like it's an
Oh, there is,
iPhone
okay.
too. It's in there. Yes, it is. That's a great, Missy. Great. Woo!
You remind me of another little tidbit of Swinging and Whiffen's testimony, where they were asking what kind of phone he used for these very scientific throw it in the icebox experiments, and he didn't have the same model. He had a 10 instead of an 11, and just said, the iOS is the same. Now, I'll be the first to tell Apple folks they are suckers for buying the next version up, no matter what it is, even if there's very little change. But if I'm a scientist and I'm doing experiments, clearly I'm not an Apple guy. If I'm doing experiments, I'm probably going to, get the exact same model that's the subject of the case. I don't know. Just me.
Yeah, I would think so, because you know what Apple always touts is that the battery life on the increasing is different. The battery life is better. So if the battery life is better, the battery has to be different.
That's
and if the battery's different, maybe they freeze at different times, right? Not that it matters, because his test had the phone going down like 30 degrees in like 15 minutes, and yet for 5 hours, John O'Keefe's phone only went down 7 degrees. It was the most unscientific thing I've ever heard of in my life.
Yeah, and one of my other pet peeves on cell phones in general is they have this designed obsolescence for the batteries. I don't care what kind of phone you have, at a certain number of years, the battery seems to last half as long as it used to.
Yeah.
Funny how that is. And then to replace it is a whole production. So just get another phone,
Yeah, and you know what, Michael? That's a boom point, because our boom emoji is up too when you make a great point in the courtroom. There it is, boom. And I have to thank all the new memberships that were given to us today to allow Missy to do that artwork. Boom, and the freezer chest with the iPhone in it. There we've got them. Okay, boom.
Hey, I want to promote another theory that I've mentioned before that has not been in either trial yet, and that's what I call the frostbite theory. I want to know how long it takes for any signs of frostbite to begin with somebody who's laying out in the snow, no gloves, one shoe. Hold on. Thank you, Connolly Trucking. And so how long does that take? Is it 5 hours, which is what it would be if the prosecution is correct in terms of how long John O'Keefe was on the lawn? Or is it less than that? I mean, I want to know. So
I don't know, but apparently that we got a hint in the opening of Alan Jackson that their medical examiner, who they're bringing in retired from Rhode Island, worked in Rhode Island, is going to say that John O'Keefe's body didn't have any indication of frostbite. Now, I assume the prosecution is going to counter that by saying, well, they did all sorts of warming procedures on him, and therefore that's why it didn't. But I think you have some degradation of body. Whoa. You know what? You had that kind of stuff appearing in front of the Alberts lawn and no one woke up. Okay. All right. Give me a break. Okay. No, but there's no degradation of body tissue, right? You know, when you start seeing the body tissue being degraded.
So that suggests in the snow lesser period of time. That's the key. We have now the fire chief and another fire truck. This town is going up in flames.
Woo. This is chalk.
Okay.
This
So,
is chalk. This is chalk because they're showing us what was occurring in the Albert's lawn that night that nobody came out because nobody heard.
well, that's fun. That is a good question because I'm unclear in terms of testimony from last time. If anybody said, yeah, there were sirens blaring and lights flashing. We know there were lights because body cam. And maybe it started after arrival of first responders. I just don't remember any siren type testimony. So.
I wonder if that's kind of like intimidating to a jury, whether those fire engines somehow intimidate a jury or some way, and maybe they should have been rerouted during the trial. I don't
It's
know.
funny, right? Seems like they all come right by us here. So.
Yeah, interesting and all. Of course, I'm also interested in that courtroom, Sacco and Vanzetti. And when this trial finishes, we really should do a separate piece on Sacco and Vanzetti. Maybe the nice manager of the courtroom will let you in to get some film footage for that courtroom because that's another fascinating case that we want to do on here and be maybe one of the things we can do for members and then release it later on. And all.
I'll check with Chief Rose on that. Once I get better, get further in his good graces, if I do, I'm either going to piss him off or get in his good graces. We're not. This one could go either way.
When do you have to go back into court to check to see whether or not you can get us the Zoom?
I think about 5 minutes. I'll wander over there and get in. And
I think we'll stay. I think we want to record the Zoom link, but we want to stay with you. We want to stay with the McCabe testimony because. This is the cross-examination. This is one of the main witnesses that we're going to hear from.
Yeah, we can rehash this, the Aiden's story. That's secondary.
One more thing I wanted to ask you. The defense is almost making Proctor a good guy because they're saying, well, didn't you say to Trooper Proctor this? And it turns out she's denying she said to Proctor some of the things that a couple times. And you said, didn't you? And, if I showed you his report, well, if it's in his report, it's wrong or something like that. They're making Proctor the good guy here. Does that mean that maybe they don't intend to call him either?
No. Who are you, Proctor's attorney? You just got your fingers crossed? No, there's not a chance in hell he's not taking a stand for one side or the other. And I don't know if anybody's able to make Proctor look like a good guy. Maybe they can make him look like less like a bad guy. No, I think it's all just peripheral stuff. Just happens that it was his report. Yeah, we're going to hear plenty about former Trooper Proctor.
Yeah, and of course, Alan Jackson was calling him Trooper Proctor, which he must in that circumstance, that cross-examination. Now, you have to go in. Do you have to check with the nice gentleman? What's his name? Who runs the courthouse?
Well, Chief Rose is the guy in charge, but everybody's very, very nice here. Yeah. Anyway, let me sign off. I'm going to check that out. And I'll let you know as soon as I know exactly what's happening. All right.
Yeah. Send it to us on WhatsApp. Okay. Bye. Bye, Michael. All right. So that's the great thing about this being here and being up there. And Michael Bryant's been there now. It'll be 4 days within 1 week being up there because you get to see what's happening. Oh my gosh, yes, fire truck. I don't know how many more sirens. There were so many sirens. It's unbelievable. Karen McCoy said, Wiffle Ball testified he didn't know the temperature at 34 Fairfield on the night in question. There goes scientific testing. Yeah, right. I mean, you think you would want to know the temperature? You'd even want to know the temperature in your freezer, right? You want to know the temperature in the four corners in the middle of your freezer. You think you'd want to know that. You think you'd want to know what Celsius is to Fahrenheit. You think you'd want to know what meters are to feet. You think all of this stuff, right? You think that you wouldn't want to use just your little app that you're trying to sell in something to take down. Really, he's taking down Celebrate as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what Celebrate wants to keep him. Because he's using his to take down. They changed their software because of him. And now we see all these unscientific things. Can you imagine if the defense wanted to use some of this stuff? Now, the defense let this in because they know that they're gonna ram it down in closing. I mean, it's so ridiculous and it helps them. But can you imagine if the defense were trying to bring this in as scientific testimony, what Judge Beverly would say? Beverly Canoni would say? Would she say, I have grave concerns? Would she yell at the defense? Would she do? Of course. Of course. I mean, it's most ridiculous thing. Quite frankly, I know judges in other jurisdictions, if you're in federal court and somebody tried to put that testimony in even without objection, the judge would probably stop it and say, look, I'm supposed to be the gatekeeper here, and I'm not supposed to let in anything before the jury involving scientific testing that's unscientific, and it ain't going in without a Daubert hearing, okay? That's what would happen in federal court. They're as tough as the FBI and the feds in terms of watching of how you're treated. And you know, I've tried a lot of cases in federal court, and you better make sure you're doing things right. And I can't imagine going to federal court with an expert, quote, expert, who puts his phone in the freezer, doesn't know temperatures, hasn't done anything, hasn't done any air rates, hasn't repeated the testing. I mean, you have to repeat it about 1,000 times so that you have a proper error rate for any testing. And it was driving around with the phone on top of his car to try to see whether it recorded stuff. I mean, you know, what can I mean, I can't even. But of course, that's, you know, let's see, Montana Little, any word on the Zoom meeting last night of the lawyers and families meeting this morning? No word on it. Michael Bryant tends to think it has to do, well, he doesn't know what the Zoom was last night, but he thinks that today has to do with maybe there was a complaint about Paul O'Keefe and the family making sounds, making statements, you know, maybe eyeing at things, saying things to other people, and that there was a complaint maybe by the defense or maybe by somebody else, maybe by a court officer who heard. And that's why the families were called in privately with no press to let Judge Canoni say that, you know, you can't do that. And that makes sense if you've moved Paul O'Keefe's seat from behind where the camera is going to see him when other people are on the stand, because he's been there and he has, you know, we have seen him. He's very emotional. He's overwhelmed, as you would expect to be when you lose your brother. I mean, all of us who lose a family member are expected to be overwrought. We try to carry on, right? We always carry on because you don't have a choice. But this does involve another proceeding and a very important proceeding. So, you know, somebody can record, yes, convert from metric to US. I mean, as I said, you could just even do, you know, I've seen witnesses on the stand say, oh, excuse me, I just want to use my phone to convert, you know, like when you're doing medical and you know, you have a prescription for certain things and you want to explain that, you know, if it's the size of a grain of sugar, it's the size of a teaspoon or whatever. And they'll do it, of course, we even let them do it on the phone to get the right calculations. He could have even said, you know, hey, Siri. Siri's not answering me. Hey, Siri. Siri, there she is. What is 25 meters?
25 meters is 82.02 feet.
Okay, she gave me the same answer as Alexa. By the way, it's a different answer than Alessi was using. He was using 84 feet. It's a 25 meters is 82.02 feet. But what I think happened is that his report probably said 25 plus something meters. And that's how Alessi then used the conversion to get to 84. Because we know that Alessi is extremely, extremely precise, right? As opposed to, oh yeah, there's Mr. Ice Chest. There's our emoji up in the corner of our Justice Served TV with the iPhone in it. Very unscientific iPhone in it. Yeah, you know, that's all. Let's see what other questions that you all have here, because you've been watching all day. We have wiffle ball. We've talked to you about the press passes. Okay. Made in UK 007. I've only seen the last 30 minutes, but which Jen is this? Well, this is a much toned down Jen. This is a Jen who's been talked to about answering questions clearly and is trying to be a lot more sympathetic. The problem is that in this trial, even though she's sympathetic, we've now learned that she didn't tell the FBI the truth, although the jury doesn't know it's the FBI. But I think they can surmise that it's some very important agency. When you're given the warning, if you lie to these agents or this law enforcement agency, because there's an objection about using agents, if you lie to this law enforcement agency, you're going to jail. Well, if it's not the Canton police and it's not the Massachusetts State Police, who could it be? The jury has to, can't speculate, but they can surmise, right, that it was whatever it was, that just like Carrie Roberts, who was given the same warning afterwards when she came clean that her grand jury testimony was not accurate, that she never heard Karen Reed, asked to Google hypothermia, how long to die in the cold hypothermia. She never asked that. So now they know that Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe both lied to what apparently would be, I think they can surmise this, the same agents that were obviously doing some investigation. So much so that they asked her when they came in, did you make any phone calls or anyone in the last 10 minutes? And not only had she called her husband and Carrie Roberts, I mean, imagine her husband and Carrie Roberts, right? To see whether or not the FBI or the agency had visited them. The agency, it sounds so mysterious, right? The agency had visited them. But she also called 3 other people. In 10 minutes, that's pretty good. And I guess in that time, she also had to brush her teeth since she was concerned that she had taken her kids to school without brushing her teeth. Yuck is all I can say. But that's just a personal issue. Yuck. I can't imagine that she'd been up all morning having coffee, taking her kids to school, getting dressed, and not brushing her teeth. But that was her excuse. That was her excuse. I hadn't brushed my teeth. That's why I wanted to go in and tell them I need 10 minutes. I have no problem with her saying I need 10 minutes. And maybe she just said, when they called and she said, come on in 10 minutes, and then tell them, I wanted to call my husband. Obviously he came through. I mean, we'd probably do the same thing. Maybe she might, and she knew enough not to ask permission. She knew enough to do it and not ask permission, because if she asked permission, they probably would have said, well, we prefer to interview you alone and not have anybody here. Okay. Wow. I'm still caught up. I'm still caught up in the fact she lied to the law enforcement agency. I'm caught up in the fact by Judge Beverly Cannoni not letting them know that this was the FBI, the Department of Justice, because I think that has a certain significance, right? We all hear about people lying to the police, right? But, you can't, if you're asked by the FBI, where did you get this pen? Okay. And you say, well, it's my pen, I bought it, but it turns out you took it from your work agency. You can go to jail for that. There's a Supreme Court SCOTUS case on it. A 39-cent pen can send you to jail for 5 years for lying to the FBI. Okay. So it sounds like they're almost getting a pass, or maybe they're not, because remember, we are hearing that the FBI is still monitoring this case. And I'm convinced that's why Judge Beverly Cannoni did not limit them in any way. She could yell at the defense all she wanted to do. She can yell, and she can create that whole spectacle where she tried to get the jury pool before they're picking it against Karen Reed. And that's a problem I have. I really have that problem, because that's what she did. She infected the jury pool, as far as I'm concerned, by doing all that. She could have done that if she had a concern, done it in a private hearing in her chambers, and sealed it until after the trial was over, but she didn't. And I think if she does that, that's going to be, if that happens, that may be a reason for a new trial, except for the fact that the jurors would have all said, well, no, we didn't hear anything that's going to make us appear like we are biased at all. We didn't hear a gosh darn thing. Now, I do see the fan. Interestingly enough, I do see the fan. Now, the fan is going. We still have at least 5 minutes. She did give the jury a big break when she had to have that discussion. And apparently, I think Michael Bryant's right. I think it may have to do with faces the family was making, because why bring the family into a private anteroom, a private room with lawyers, tell the reporters they ought to leave, unless she was going to kind of read the riot act to the family about, how they were acting in the courtroom. But you see that if that's the case, she didn't want that on the record, right? She didn't want that on the record. But to denigrate Karen Reed and her attorneys, no problem. To denigrate ARCA and them, no problem. And did you see how both Alessi and even Alan Jackson cross-examined? He cross-examined hard, but he wasn't that rude, nasty, I thought unlikable a cross-examiner that Hank Brennan was when he cross-examined Dr. Wolf from ARCA. I mean, I just thought that was over the top. That's how you cross-examine when you cross-examine the feds and the government when you're representing Whitey Bulger. That's exactly how you cross-examine. But that's not how you cross-examine when you're representing the government trying to get a conviction. You want to pull out all the stops, you want to win, but I think that it was truly just outrageous. I think that it's truly simply outrageous. So when we begin back at 1, we will be beginning this hearing, and at 2 will be, I think it's at 2, isn't it 2 o'clock, Dr. Turtleboy? Aiden Carney is at 2 o'clock his hearing. Maybe they're anticipating that the Karen Reed cross-examination of McCabe will be over. Maybe they're considering that. And then they'll just have the Aiden Carney hearing after that. I don't know. We still have shall we say, the guts of the cross to come. That's where Jennifer McCabe said Karen Reed's car was still there, at 12:45, trying to indicate that that's when the accident was. Because remember, the first trial, the prosecution had the accident after Karen Reed had went back to her boyfriend's house. By the way, I just want to mention, remember, she was at her own house, minding her own business, okay, when they started this whole altercation in the morning. I won't say altercation, text back and forth, as couples will do. But she was living in her house, and she was planning to stay there in the house and all with the snowstorm. And then he wanted her to come because he said he needed a ride. He wasn't going to bring his car. Why wasn't he going to bring his car? I assume it's because he planned to drink, right? And he wanted somebody who could then escort him around. But he was expecting to drink. He was expecting to have a Friday night. And he was expecting to have a big Friday night. And then Karen Reed would shuffle him home and then stay there all weekend while there was a snowstorm, so she and he could together take care of the 2 children, and he wouldn't have to take care of them alone. I mean, that's what it sounded like to me. But she has her own house. She had her own job. She was in her own house, and all she wanted to do was wait for the plumber so that if she did stay with him, when she came back on Monday, that the problem was resolved. So she was kind of, they were together, but they weren't together. So, I mean, I don't see how you, again, get murder out of that. I don't see how you get that murder conviction out of that. And it's one thing that the prosecution, the defense will pound the prosecution on, that they bought that top murder charge. They knew they couldn't bring that top murder charge. They're hoping you jury, that you will convict on a lesser offense because you'll hear that she drank, and et cetera, et cetera. And you'll hear you're going to say, I hit him, which, by the way, wasn't in the reports, right? That was the problem. It wasn't in the reports. And that's what you heard Karen Reed say today, that, well, I didn't tell anybody to the next day. Nosy Rosie, is anyone covering TB's hearing? I don't know. We have to go on X to see whether one of the stations, a local station, will cover TB's hearing, whether they have the real estate on their channel, on their streaming channels, whether they have 1 or 2 streaming channels to cover it and all. Michael Bryant couldn't even get from them the court Zoom hearing. We had the Zoom hookup for Stoughton. We have it. They pass it out. We keep it. And so next time they have a hearing, you just get on that same Zoom court hearing with not a big deal. But we don't have the one from here. And last time Michael was in the courtroom when Turtle Boy's hearing occurred, and it wasn't a day that Karen Reed was on, and he was actually in the courtroom. It was streamed, and we got to see him in the courtroom because he was covering it from the courtroom. He didn't need a press pass in that courtroom to cover Turtle Boy's hearing, and that was the time, again, they wanted to revoke his bail because of that. Pam Michael says the Young Jerks is broadcasting the Zoom hearing. So if you want to watch Aiden's hearing side by side with ours, you can. We do not have the ability to broadcast two hearings yet on our Justice Serve YouTube channel. We only have the ability to stream in one, and we've chosen to stream in to stay with Karen Reed. But obviously, we will be following it, and Michael will be in the courtroom for that hearing and will be giving us a report tonight at 6 p.m. When we do our whole wrap-up show. The Glare is also covering it. KB says that makes sense that Will would cover. Remember, Will was with Aiden Carney, TB, Turtle Boy, when he got charged for the last witness intimidation. I mean, I can't believe it. It's beyond. So, but you can watch it, but we're gonna, sometimes when you're in that courtroom, the feeling in that courtroom is different, and so we will have that live report for you coming on later tonight at 6 p.m. And I know we're gonna have we may even have it. We may already even have a thumbnail that you'll get to portal in from the end of today into the show at 6 p.m. We'll go over more of Jen McCabe's testimony. We'll go over some of the high points of Jen McCabe's testimony, because after all, what more important thing could there be except for, where did Chloe go and when did Chloe go there? All right, where did Chloe go and when did Chloe go there, right? And you can follow along. And for those of us that are with us here, you can blog Turtle Boy's hearing for us in here if you want. You can watch it. You can blog into it here and let us, and we can all be paying attention for it. And then we'll have the in-person recording. Either Michael will be on the show for a brief period of time when he comes out during the lunch, but we'd like him, quite frankly, to get back to Connecticut with our broken Starlink, and not the Starlink piece itself, but the connection, which is very small, very teeny, and very unique. The connection broke. So we're going to actually order 2 of these connecting cables from Starlink now, and they're supposed to be there tonight. So next time we go on the road, we have them. But boy, I mean, who would ever think this little teeny weeny connection would take down Starlink? The little teeny weeny part would take down the Starlink, which was going so well. So Brooklyn says if the Glare is scared, it shows something. Well, I think everyone's scared for Turtle Boy because they're out to get him no matter what. All right, and they're out to get him no matter what he says. And remember, he's been threatened a lot. I mean, everyone wants to forget that he's been threatened a lot. Do I like some of the language that he uses? No. Do I like the C word? Absolutely not. And you know that you can't put the C word up in our chat. You've been blocked, right? Personal preference. Don't like it. Don't want to have it. Don't want to deal with it. It's like the N word. Ain't gonna have it in our chat. Okay. But he has yes. We blocked some words. Yeah, bullshit's not blocked. Okay. Fuck is not blocked. So you can say that. Let's see what else. They had a blown fuse in the courtroom that has been fixed, Missy said. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, that's what happens when Missy's like, yeah, there's a bunch of other words we blocked too, because we know that you try to have a way around that. And we're all for the First Amendment, except for some words that, since it's my station and Michael Bryant's station, we want some words that we don't want to have in our discussion and all. And if a guest use them, the guest use them. But we really rather have you all talking about some really good stuff, like what happened in the courtroom, why is some testimony non-scientific, why the state has met their burden of proof, and all that kind of stuff. So let me just see. I have to take another sip of Dunkin'. I need to run a little bit on Dunkin'. Michael Bryant has 2 notifications. Bradel is in the courtroom, he says. He asked Bradel, he saw Bradel. He said Bradel was coy when he asked him about the revocation. That's Tim Bradel. Tim Bradel is one of the 2 attorneys representing Turtle Boy. Let me just take a sip of this, excuse me. Representing Turtle Boy. He's the local attorney. I think he's just spectacular. And Mark Betterow is his other attorney. He does a lot of media for him and all. So Michael did get a Bradel question to him, and Bradel is apparently the one that's going to be in the courtroom, and apparently is the one that's going to argue this. But again, he said he was coy. He was coy when he asked him whether or not there was going to be a revocation of things. Okay, so yes, we still have the fan only. But you know what? While we're waiting for the fan, Missy, show off our wiffle ball, Mr. Wiffle Ball emoji. Show off our Mr. Wiffle Ball emoji. There you go. The ice chest with the what great art she did with the iPhone in it. All because of you guys who gave us. I said we needed like 22 more memberships to get 2 emojis, and you guys gave them to them. You're so great. You're so great. And then we have our other emoji. When Alan Jackson's going to make the point, which I expect he's going to make about 12:45, about her going to be testifying differently, which I expect that's going to happen. That'd be Jen McCabe. And when he gets to that point, we're going to use that boom emoji, aren't we? We're going to use that boom emoji. If you have any other ideas, any other emojis you want us, as we we need to get memberships to get emojis. We have to have a certain amount of memberships to get certain emojis, and you guys have really been great on that. And I know that we will get back to posting a lot more members things next week. I've been a little busy when we're on the road, okay? And as I said, think about, and you can email us, and some of you have. We thank you for your emails, even if we not necessarily reply back to them, but we read them all, about when we get to solving the Where's Stephanie case, whether or not Missy said she had to delete an emoji to make room, but some of the emojis I think were probably old. It was not for a specific trial. We do have the no squabble zone. Look at that, no squabble zone. Missy's having fun now. She's been sitting in that chair since 8 o'clock this morning. Now she's having fun. I know she wants to do the sound bites, but she knows that when I'm on the air, I'm not a sound bite person. I'm not one of those little sound bites, except for my cousin visit. You deleted the squabble zone. Oh, okay, that's fine. Except for my cousin Vinny when he says, "Are you sure?" Actually, I wish there was the one from, there we go, from the judge in that case, and said, Utes. All right, here we are. Let's go into court.
All right, sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time, so these old courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text, yes.
Right, so you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so, yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question before I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just my signature. This one was, yeah, I just think it's so. I might turn to that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, it's 2 days. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know exactly, I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
Well, I didn't expect to come right back out at you. I mean, I knew that they had blown a fuse, but I figured they were about to start. So they did start, and Alan Jackson is trying to get some kind of rhythm going with text messages and her memory. And what's happening instead is the judge keeps interrupting him. I mean, this is, it's ridiculous. I mean, if the jury thinks their time is being wasted, the problem is that juries become attached to the judges. So, I don't know what the heck is going on with her, that she knows this is coming, that we're going to go through the text messages. She knows that we're going to go through, we're going to get to the point of the 12:45. And by the way, I think Michael Bryant's word on the street that meeting was about the family members and making either faces or whatever and moving Paul O'Keefe back. I think he's absolutely right, because we see a whole change in the front there.
Ms. McCabe,
Let's go
we're
back
going to
in the
make it a
court.
little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
Great. We're making it easier for Ms. McCabe. Great.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone Where to? At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and content of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jennifer McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Cellbrite report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front lawn. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in his Cellbrite report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move, ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walked up, look out the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished. May I?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly-
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty, with my memory today, that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory? Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of
Sure.
it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts. But I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to, hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45, is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes,
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is, you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Okay. Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right, but according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing, it was accumulating.
Right, but it was early. Early
Correct.
in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth through the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry, straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave, yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. It was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Can we take a look? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to move it into evidence.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right,
It's a chalk at this point.
okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview?
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes,
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes,
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
or that one, sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes,
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll put that down, Mr. Wolf.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes,
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, and you saw the SUV standing, sitting right in front of you, you saw through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
looked at tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct?
I was look-
Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole.
Right.
At the vehicle, yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? later that morning?
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
Correct. The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle?
No.
And he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't send out a search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out, yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering, at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended seating?
Yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the driveway, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night?
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated?
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights? Or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side?
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but...
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. Do you remember saying, I did get very close to them?
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony, I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Miss Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 20.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Object.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know.
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Miss Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object. And
Why don't I see it side by? Why don't you bring it with you, Mr. Jackson, please?
You know, every time Alan Jackson is ready to go in for what you normally would call as the kill shot, right? Every time he's ready to go in because he's got the transcripts from last year, how she testified. And, you know, previously we tweeted that when she got on at 227, she said, that was my testimony last year. That's how I testified last year, but not this year. Something to that effect. I actually had the exact words in the tweet we sent out, and I put them up with you. She said, She said last time that was the last time she tweeted, right? She said, can't make this up. 227 Jennifer McCabe said, not saying today she saw Karen Reed SUV was there at 12:45 a.m. at 34 Fairview. That's last year's testimony, not today. So now Ellen Jackson's going back to try to show where her testimony is totally different, which means it's totally had to be made up. It's totally wrong. It's totally going to give reasonable doubt. And then the judge interrupts him. So here we go again.
Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him, and Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions, you could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You could see that clearly, all the way from the car, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest, or improve your testimony to suggest, that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
McCabe.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Ms. Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answering my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
It's, yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were all asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
For court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I have-
Oh, sure.
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one. If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What
Did
are we
you-
talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
So I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone,
the answer is.
I can make an offer of proof at sidebar, if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to sidebar?
Sure.
And bring them.
Well, if the prosecution is seeking the truth, they shouldn't be objecting to what this witness said at grand jury. Because I think Alan Jackson has effectively made the point that this statement, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is now a prevarication that has been made up after, and that it was never made at the time by Karen Reed. And the next morning on the phone, when she is searching for answers as to what happened to John O'Keefe, who was her boyfriend, she asked Jen McCabe, did I hit him? Could I hit him? because everyone was looking for answers. That is not a confession. That is an inquiry as to what happened to him. Okay? That's an inquiry. And this witness, in my opinion, keeps trying to get away from it. Her memory now, like everybody else in Canton, is better now than it was right after the incident. She is evasive, in my opinion, and the judge is helping her. I mean, we all know how you have to use the grand jury in terms of admissions. And when Judge Beverly Canoni said, I'm not going to have her go through all 227 pages to see if she said that, well, that's wrong. I've had judges say, we're going to sit there until they do go through all those pages. So let's go back and listen.
Yes. Do you have an extra copy for yourself, Mr.
I have notes.
Jackson?
I have
Okay,
notes.
thank you.
I think my notes is. On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him, correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them, thank you.
those. For context, this is at the scene, outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the three statements to my client to today, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point, I'm standing with Miss Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty nonstop, pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022, did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
approach her?
Yes.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I
All
hit
right,
him.
so again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question, answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, "I hit him," as it's attributable to my client in that report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding.
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I hit him" show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness. Sorry, Mr. Brennan, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry.
Well, if you want to get to the truth, Hank Brennan keeps trying to prevent the truth that indeed nowhere in Proctor's
Just a
report.
moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Let me tell you, if you've testified along the time, you shouldn't be able to have to change your testimony. She said, I've testified in a lot of different
draw your
places. So what, if
attention
she
to
tell
the
different
very
people
early
different
morning
things
hours
under
of,
oath?
January 29th,
Just
around
just
4:53
put a
a.m. when you
spike
indicated you received
through
that
her
phone call from
also, just
Kaylee's
like
phone.
Mr. Wiffleball.
Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
First time she said something could refresh her recollection. But let me tell you, she's lied. What are the jurors hearing? She lied to a law enforcement agency, right, about calling people. She called
Do you
people
need a
to try to
couple
get a
minutes, Mr. Jackson?
testimony.
I do, Your Honor.
So,
State.
Judge,
Oh,
why don't you stand up?
we're
and
going to take a
stretch,
break.
okay?
We're going to take a little bit of a break so we can talk about this. And I know we have some questions about this. Okay. All right, and I'm going to put some of them already that we talked about. Thank you, Brennan and two-potted
Mr. Jackson, do you
plans.
want a 5-minute recess? We're still going to stop at 4, so really 5 minutes, folks. We'll have you go back.
Yeah, 5-minute recess because they want to stop at 4. In other words, she wants him to finish at 4, and she wants redirect to finish at 4 too. I mean, she wants him off the stand. It should be a huge red flag to the jury that so many stories are different than previous statements. Oh yeah, exactly. If you're telling the truth and you know your statements are generally consistent, okay. Blessed in Texas, thanks for I don't have my AirPods on right now, but the court with Alan Jackson, we have had some issues with that because he doesn't go near the mic. So that every time the court gets down, once we've equalized my sound with the court, it becomes unequalized again. But we're working on it. And if I'm loud, I know you all tell me if I'm okay, if I'm not okay at this point. How about the fact that she tried to get out of this? She knows that saying that she last saw Jen McCabe at 34 Fairview is a death knell to the case because Jen McCabe's Wi-Fi went in at 12:36 to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. So by saying that she sees her, she sees her later on, that's kind of like a death knell. I'm sorry, at 12:45, that's a death knell to the case. And she tries to get out of it. She keeps trying to get out of it. But the problem is it's there. And she did really say, and I posted it earlier, right? She said, I couldn't believe, quite frankly, when she posted this, that, she was testifying differently, right? And she said, and let me get the exact quote because it was something that I wrote down verbatim. And if I were in trial, of course, I'd be having my law clerks put this down and put this up and do it. But let me say she testified what? That the 12:45. See the timestamp. She needs to say the car is not there. Okay, at 12 at a certain time, right? And then she says that and believe it or not, she says it's at 2:27 today, which was another issue in the case. 2:27. McCabe is not saying she saw Karen Reed was there at Fairview at a certain time. That's last year's testimony, not today. That's last year's testimony, not today. Well, if I am looking at that or listening to that, and she's saying, well, last year I could say one thing, but this year I can say another thing, and to the police I can say another thing, and to they've probably figured out is probably the FBI, even though it has not been said, that she can lie about things. It's beyond. I mean, I just say she's like Mr. Wiffleball. Just put a spike in her and deflate her. Or as we can use our new emoji, Missy, Alan Jackson's cross-examination is boom. Now, you all remember that I spent 6 months in trial with Alan Jackson, and he is always prepared. He can wear you down, and he is going to keep at it, and he's going to keep at it, and he is going to make out his point. But, the judge, when Alan Jackson gives her the grand jury transcript, and she said, I don't know if I said I hit her, I hit him. I'd have to read all 220 pages. So he hands her the 220 pages. And then Judge Cannoni says, well, I'm not going to have her read the whole 220 pages. So then Alan Jackson has to go back to every single page, put it in context, and read it. And of course, she never says it. And then later on, when he pushes her on whether or not she said something, she said, well, I'd have to read the whole 227 pages to see. At that point, the judge said, okay, we're going to take a break. We're going to take an afternoon break. Ms. McCabe, you're going to read the whole 227 pages, and then you're going to come back and you're going to answer Mr. Jackson's question. And that's what should have been done. Now, is the jury getting the idea that she's a liar? And you're not going to find that stuff in the 227 pages. Sure, they are, but I really think that that the judge. I mean, she's just looking so. I mean, to me, she's just looking so one-sided here. She's looking. She knows the game about how you impeach, and she knows that if somebody doesn't say something to the grand jury 2 months after, it's important. And she knows if somebody doesn't say something to the police in a report, it's important. She knows how important this is. We do have a question from Karen McCourt. Linda, do you think defense scans lawyer streams for any points they may have missed? Yes, I actually, no, I do, because we did that. We were doing that when we were in trial in Hernandez. Not so much even the points we missed, but we want to know if the points we are making are hitting home. Okay. And usually you can tell that if you follow. I do a PowerPoint lecture where I have all the tweets by all the news media, and it's kind of fun on all the witnesses that you're doing and what the news media is saying and what the watchers are saying, and you can get an idea about when you should use that boom emoji here. Okay. Prince Lover, I am behind. The judge is pissed. Yeah, I don't know. She's always acting pissed because Alan Jackson's gotten to this witness. I mean, this witness came in. She's got a whole new demeanor. She's been told if she doesn't recognize anything, it won't refresh her recollection. Clearly, in my opinion, she's been told this. She doesn't have to answer. Now, she could have been told this by her brother-in-law. All right, because cops know how the game is played. They know what the rules of evidence are, and if you say something won't refresh my recollection, then you can't use it to then further cross-examine someone, and then you have to go back around and try to get to the difference of opinion a lot of times. But now when she says again, I've testified in so many grand juries. Well, I wonder how many you've testified in, lady, because most of us have not testified in any grand. I've testified in one grand jury in my life, right? On findings that I made in a case as a prosecutor to see whether or not there should be charges brought against somebody afterwards. And I testified why no charges were brought as to when I was handling the case. And I remember that. I remember testifying in that grand jury, and that had to be 30 years ago. Going in front of a grand jury is not a usual thing. People tend to remember. And I think you're absolutely right, Eric Lee. I'm just seeing your screen. It's been proven that Jenna's a liar, 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 pants on fire. No doubt in my mind. Now, the very interesting thing is the defense has made, whoops, we're back, Trooper Proctor to be like a good guy. He took notes and you didn't tell him this. And the defense is not going to call Trooper Proctor to impeach Karen Reed. To impeach Jim McCabe. Let's go back in.
Still on schedule.
We are.
Okay.
Well, we're back on schedule, but apparently we're back on schedule to watch The Fan. Mara said you had to testify in a civil trial. I'll never forget it 30 years ago. Okay, now the jury, I guess that was a false alarm. Now the jury's coming in, but I guess we're on schedule for completing today. That's what the judge wanted to know on any redirect. If I'm the prosecutor, I want to get her off the stand as fast as I can. I'm not, I may have 1 or 2 questions on redirect. All right, so I'm going to go behind the scenes. We'll look at The Fan for a second, and then we'll go right back into that courtroom.
The scores of session, please be seated.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way, they were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family, so yeah, no.
Everybody was free, all the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Sorry, provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number, he had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank, is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
You were, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to have been busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Assisting.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
Was that your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, yeah, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard. It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard, back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me, correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't walk over. I mean, he came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get his car, drive over to Blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the Blizzard, go to the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Yeah, just wondering.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor. Objection.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Do you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I wish I could tell you what all these objections are about by the prosecutor, except he wants to keep this out. The question is, 2 hours later, you were interviewed by, Investigator Blum. The answer is yes. Either it was 2 hours or it wasn't 2 hours. Okay. What the judge is trying to do is prevent any type of impeachment based on the fact that she never told a whole bunch of people and officers and troopers about, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, was it a mission? Because it's a lot different from someone looking for an answer when someone just died. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Without you even knowing that you banged into that the car behind you and probably cracked your taillight. So that's what, that's exactly what Alan Jackson's trying to do. The judge is trying to prevent it. The prosecutor is trying to prevent it. So is this a search for the truth? Or is the jury wondering, or is the jury getting it, that she's made a lot of other statements? I think they've already gotten it, but certainly you'd like to have it into the record that she has conflicting statements everywhere. She has conflicting statements with, well, let's start non-conflicting with the investigators, with the grand jury, and now all of these police officers. So we're back. Let's see what Alan Jackson can do now to get around these roadblocks.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer?
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just flew the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time, when he asked about those first phone calls, that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there,
Right.
and like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said, I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Ms. Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
Yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall, that is a yes or no question, do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Ms. Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
just say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember. Correct?
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking to
The
at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him during either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day, you had had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Right? Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to.
Let her finish.
Every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lang.
And your memory's getting better, even as we stand here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident, correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at the
What
scene.
was the answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said-
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right, so folks, we are done for today. You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. Goodbye. I say bye-bye, Jen McCabe. Bye-bye, Jen McCabe. AJ is not going to be deterred by a judge that is going after him. This judge has been going after him. And he went back to her. And then, when she won't answer the question, which has become very clear, she won't answer the question. Now her thing is, yes, I did say that, but she also said the other thing. But you didn't tell the grand jury. If this jury doesn't get the import of her not wanting to answer the question, of her lying by her performance already, there's going to be nothing, in my opinion, that can be done, okay? Because we're going to come back, obviously, on Friday. If there is any further questions by Alan Jackson, I don't know.
How much longer do you think you'll be?
Well, wait a second. Here we go.
10 seconds.
Sure, take your time.
We're going to find out.
I would say an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay.
Two
Mr.
more
Brennan,
hours.
do you have any idea how much longer you will be?
With Mrs. McCabe?
Yes.
It depends on how the rest goes, but certainly at this point, 20 minutes or less.
All right, so that will hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe, I mean, the morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. You have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do. I have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've
Okay.
given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right. And nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right, we'll see you on Friday.
All right. So now we just learned that Alan Jackson has about 2 more hours with Jennifer McCabe. And let me tell you, even if he didn't have 2 more hours with Jennifer McCabe, he is going to say he has 2 more hours with her, which means he probably has more than 2 more hours with her. Why? Because he's letting her know that this is just the beginning, okay? We're ending on that, and we're going to end on the fact that she says, I didn't say that before the grand jury, but she said that, okay? The jury is just going to, the jury has to, either they're going to think already she's a liar and nothing's going to save her, or they're going to say, well, oh, this poor woman, she's being beaten up. But I don't know how you feel about it. I assume that if you're on the Karen Reed is guilty side, as opposed to the state must prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt side, you're going to think she's treated unfairly. I don't think she's been treated unfairly at all. It was interesting, the order that Alan Jackson had with regard to pretty much starting with the fact that she had tried to subvert questioning and lied to an law enforcement agency, although at one point Alan Jackson said the agents, and there was the judge said, you have to correct that. He said, the law enforcement agency. But I think any juror, if they've got a brain between them, or they all know that the agency and to get that kind of warning is either, let's see, well, it could be ICE, I don't think that applies here. It could be the Secret Service. I don't think that applies here. Or it could be the FBI, okay? Jurors get the vibe. And they may not get the specifics, but they get the vibe. So just to sum up some really pretty important points, because we're going to be back at 6 o'clock with Michael Bryant to actually go over what happened in that courtroom today for a bit, is that they got her to admit that she told the FBI agents, law enforcement agency, that she hadn't called anybody when they said they wanted to interview, and in fact she called a number of people, including Brian Albert. That indeed, that he got her to admit that she not after he got her softened up there, he got her to admit that Chloe, the dog, was nowhere to be heard when she entered the house at 6 a.m. in the morning. To when all the stuff was going on the lawn, and she wanted to wake up her sister and her brother-in-law, that no dog barked, and that suggests that Chloe was already taken away, right? We all have dogs. You don't need a special expert to talk about. He got her to admit that indeed, with regard to the various texts, because it was important as to the timeline of 12:45 in the morning, that he penned her in, even though she tried to perjure, in my opinion, her way out. Her first trial said she saw Karen Reed's car there at 12:45, at 12:42 and 12:45. Actually, starting with 12:40 to park further up, right? Whatever. Remember, Karen Reed's car had hooked, her Wi-Fi had hooked into John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at 12:36, which means that she was already back at John O'Keefe's house. So he got her, but he did get her to, he did get her to say that that's what she said at the previous grand jury, previous testimony. He got her to admit something that, well, that was last year's testimony, not my testimony today. Just put that up on a billboard and put it on a neon sign. And then, he did get her to admit a number of other things. But, when we went down to it, the last whole hour has really been on, I hit him, which apparently she did not say. That what Karen Reed did say the next morning is, could I have hit him? A cracked tail, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Searching for something. The first thing that comes to your mind wouldn't be that, he was eaten by a dog and probably died in some way, and then there was a cover up. You're not thinking that. The person that you were dating, whose children that you were by adoption or by guardianship that you were lording over for a while, and I mean that in a good way, helping during the pandemic, you wouldn't think that you were being set up and all. And it just makes it seem, to me, the only person that seemed upset that something happened to John O'Keefe was Karen Reed. Now, the prosecution is going to say she's upset because obviously she must have killed him, but that's not the way it came to me. It came to me that Jennifer McCabe, despite her makeover, despite her new what she was told by the prosecutor, just to answer the questions, right? And she couldn't do that. She had to argue, right? She had to argue, and she had to make herself be a lawyer. Well, I have to read the whole transcript. Oh, I don't see that. Oh, it's not going to refresh my recollection. Oh, I testified so many times. What, you testified so many times? What do you mean? He's telling you have different stories for everybody testified to, depending what they want to hear? I think this was a disaster for the prosecution. I think especially following Mr. Whiffle, I think it was a disaster for that prosecution today. And we'll see if, I don't think the defense has missed anything, by the way, Karen McCord. I think I discussed this before. I think, as you know, I tried a case against AJ. He gets everything, and he doesn't miss anything. And he's tried the case once, and, he is not going to be bullied. And he thinks his client is innocent, and he knows in his heart his client is innocent. And that's why you have this incredible fight going on. Okay. There is one question someone wants to know. Let's see, it just passed me by. What do you think of somebody who, let me see, this is Simi Sharp. What do you think? What do you think the jurors think of someone who needs perpetual rereading of their previous testimony? I think they think that she is lying, right? But Diana Osmond says the judge is making Jen look like she's a victim of AJ. This isn't right. During the McGee trial, she was quiet through the whole trial. No, but she's got a thing against Alan Jackson. She's absolutely got a thing against, and we know this from ACA. But she also knows right now that the FBI is still watching this case, right? They're watching this case, especially the lying to the FBI. The lying to the FBI. If you're a judge, how can you cradle a witness? If you're a prosecutor, how can you cradle a witness that lied to the FBI, that try to subvert the FBI investigation? How can you then embrace them and cradle them and say you're seeking the truth? Well, I don't know, but we're going to have a great discussion on this, and we'll also. I have not been following what's happened with. I know there was a new judge that had to be assigned on Dr. Turtleboy's case and Aiden Carney's case. I know Michael Bryant was in the courtroom, and then he is going to head back. I believe he was heading back, by the way, to Connecticut so we can do our show at 6 o'clock, our wrap-up show, and he will report as to what happened. Unless, of course, he's still in that courtroom. But that'll be something that we'll discuss later on. I think this was a big win for the defense. Unless you think you come into it and say, look, she was drunk. She didn't even know she remembered she went to the house. She went back. She could have easily hit him, but that can't explain those wounds on his arm. It just can't. Those wounds on and no forensic pathologist, no medical examiner who's coming in are going to say those wounds were consistent with an SUV strike. They look more like a dog attack of some sort. And despite the fact that we can't tell scientifically what dog bites and human bites are, we can look at those and say, hey, we've all seen car accidents. And we also know that those red polycarbonate things that were found weren't there on the night John O'Keefe died until after Proctor got the car and all. So, but the problem is the defense has to make Proctor now be a bad guy. And right now he looks like a good guy taking statements from it. So I'm going to let you all go. We're going to take a break. We'll be back and we're going to give Missy a break. And we're going to be back at 6 p.m. for our live show. I think, Missy, we're already portaled into that, aren't we? So that you can portal right into that show. I'm just waiting for it, right? Let's see, we're portaled. Yes, we are. We're portaled into that show. We will see you all at 6. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Please, before you go, let's hit up that like bar again, because all of you have been here all day. Hit that like bar. Get us into that algorithm. Please get us in that algorithm. Hit share, subscribe, and notify. And if you hit that notify button on at least your iPad and your iPhone, you'll get the notification. On your computer, I never get it. But I'm just giving you my experiences and tell you. See you later in about 1 hour and about 50 minutes. Bye.